Chapter 117. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth twitched slightly. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu left seclusion. Fang Zhuan nodded, just recently. I just came out of seclusion. She's at the Cloud Pavilion Lake in the North Heaven continent. You can go there on the way, and then she'll take you to the mountain domain. Yan Zhaoge opened his mouth. It's really on the way. Honestly speaking, Yan Zhaoge felt from the bottom of his heart that even if Fang Zhuan had led the team, this result would still have been better. The junior apprentice sister Fu that Fang Zhuan spoke of was one of Broad Creed Mountain's peak female martial grandmaster experts, the soaring cloud lord Fu Enshu. Like Shi Tai, Fang Zhuan and Yan Di, they were all direct disciples of Broad Creed Mountain's current chief, Yuan Zhengfeng. Amongst the current female experts of the Eight Extremities world, she could be considered one of the top figures. Other than that, she had the title of Broad Creed Mountain's #1 beauty back then. Compared to the lifespan of her cultivation, she was still in her prime. It was only because her cultivation and status were gradually rising that the gossipy people consciously stopped talking about it. However, Yan Zhaoge really did not want to have anything to do with this uncle. This was because this senior apprentice Aunt Fu had been rather in love with her own junior apprentice brother, who was also Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di. Unfortunately, it was a one-sided love. The falling flowers yearn for love, but the heartless water flows. Fu Enshu had a strong personality and was also a little narrow-minded. In the end, it seemed that her love had turned into hatred. As a result, the relationship between the two was currently extremely awkward. Even Yan Zhaoge, as a junior, had to avoid this senior apprentice Aunt Fu as much as he could. She's out of seclusion. Yan Zhaoge patted his head and turned to look at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng was a little baffled. She had naturally heard of Ling Yunjun's famous name, but she was completely unaware of the specific situation. Yan Zhaoge cupped his hands towards Fang Zhuan, that is to say, junior apprentice sister Feng is also going to enter senior apprentice Aunt Fu's tutelage? Fang Zhuan nodded, precisely so. When Broad Creed Mountain's core, direct disciples like Yan Zhaoge, Lu Wen, and Su Fei were promoted from elite disciples, they would all be apprenticed to their masters. Yan Zhaoge was directly his father, Yan Di. Lu Wen was Fang Zhuan's personal disciple, while the older Su Fei was Shi Tai's personal disciple. Although it was not unheard of for male teachers to take in female disciples and female teachers to take in male disciples, under normal circumstances, when female elite disciples were promoted to core and direct disciples, they would usually learn from female senior experts. As a maiden of extreme yin, Feng Yunsheng's extreme yin energy had to be nurtured on her own, and her martial cultivation couldn't be delayed either. It was just that Fu Enshu had been in secluded cultivation all this while. Who knew when she would emerge from seclusion? Yan Zhaoge had not counted her in. Who knew that coincidentally, Fu Enshu would come out of seclusion at this time? As the representative figure of Broad Creed Mountain's middle-generation female experts, it was only natural that Feng Yunsheng would enter Fu Enshu's tutelage. Yan Zhaoge gnashed his teeth, but this way, he, who was responsible for helping Feng Yunsheng recover her extreme yin physique, would inevitably have to deal with Fu Enshu. This trip to the mountain region was just the beginning. Fang Zhuan said, with regards to the extreme yin physique, the person of our clan who has previously been researching and preparing it has always been junior apprentice sister Fu. If Zhaoge has any thoughts, there is no harm in communicating with her. Even though Broad Creed Mountain had never had a maiden of extreme yin before Yan Zhaoge had brought Feng Yunsheng back. However, the relevant preparations had always been in progress, only waiting for the person to be selected. Therefore, the current Broad Creed Mountain had already made sufficient preparations to groom a maiden of extreme yin. The key was only for Yan Zhaoge to help Feng Yunsheng recover. Hearing Fang Zhuan's words, Yan Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. Fang Zhuan's words were very polite. On the matter of maidens of extreme yin, he completely didn't treat Yan Zhaoge as an ordinary member of the younger generation, instead conversing with him on equal grounds. However, whether Fu Enshu, who didn't like him and his father, would be so easy to talk to, was hard to say, after taking his leave of Fang Zhuan and leaving the assignment hall together with Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge rubbed his temples, feeling a bit of a headache coming on. According to the memories of his body's original owner, that senior apprentice Aunt Fu of his was, on the bright side, passionate and straightforward, not minding the gazes of others. On the dark side, she was willful, doing as she pleased, liking to do as she pleased. The important matter is more important. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. With the important matter at hand, there shouldn't be a problem, right? As Ah Hu and Feng Yunsheng followed beside Yan Zhaoge, Ah Hu suddenly said in a low voice, "Young master." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his head, seeing a girl appear on the mountain path up ahead. Dressed in a white robe with a blue outer layer, her features cold and beautiful, it was precisely the Sikong Qing that he hadn't seen for a long time. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, Sikong Qing bowed politely, "Senior apprentice brother Yan. Long time no see." Yan Zhaoge nodded, just about to return the greeting, when his heart suddenly jolted. "Oh? Your breathing doesn't carry any impurities in the slightest, you've already reached the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm?" When martial practitioners breathed in and out, the circulation of their qi and blood naturally far surpassed that of ordinary people. However, their breathing didn't carry any impurities in the slightest. This meant that martial practitioners had cultivated themselves, cleansing their lungs with their aura qi. Cleansing one's internal organs with aura qi was something that only mid-inner aura martial scholars could do, and it was also one of their important characteristics. Sikong Qing nodded. "I broke through earlier, my 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Now, only my heart and my sanjiao are left uncleansed." Having been at Broad Creed Mountain for half a year, while Feng Yunsheng knew Sikong Qing, she didn't understand much about her past, and didn't feel too much upon hearing her words. Ah Hu, however, stared wide-eyed, appraising Sikong Qing all over. Half a year ago, in the Eastern Tang, Sikong Qing had only just stepped into the early inner aura martial scholar realm. Now, after half a year, she had actually already reached the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. Also, she hadn't just broken through. Of her 5 viscera and 6 bowels, only her heart and sanjiao were left uncleansed with her aura qi. When her 5 viscera and 6 bowels had all been cleansed and her foundation had solidified, she could begin preparing to break through into the late inner aura martial scholar realm. Such a speed was simply unheard of. Ah Hu's talent in the martial Tao was actually extremely high, but even when he had been in the inner aura martial scholar realm that year, he hadn't been able to raise his cultivation so quickly. It wasn't just him, as far as Ah Hu knew, even when his young master had broken through from the early inner aura martial scholar realm to the mid and late inner aura martial scholar realm, he hadn't been able to do it so quickly. Lu Wen and the others similarly weren't able to do it. Such a rate of improvement made Ah Hu vaguely feel as though he could see his young master advancing by leaps and bounds after stepping into the outer aura martial scholar realm. "I've seen a ghost." Ah Hu momentarily felt as though his brain wasn't enough to process it all. While she is also a rare genius in the body refinement realm, how could she be this fierce? Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered for a moment before he regained his calm. Thinking for a bit, he already understood. "You've completed your tempering mission. As long as you pass the final test of your master, you can become a core, direct disciple." Sikong Qing nodded. "That's right." Yan Zhaoge curled his lips without a trace. "You want to enter the tutelage of the Soaring Cloud Lord, senior apprentice Uncle Fu?" Sikong Qing nodded once more. "Yes, the clan's elder wants me to accompany senior apprentice brother Yan to the North Heaven region's Cloud Pavilion Lake to meet Elder Fu. Chapter 118. Looking first at Feng Yunsheng and then at Sikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. Since senior apprentice Aunt Fu has left seclusion, this can also be considered as something to be expected. "Come, let's head to the North Heaven region." Yan Zhaoge clapped his hands, taking the lead as he strode off. Zhao Ming also just happened to be preparing to head to the North Heaven region's Scarlet Rainbow sect soon. Therefore, they just happened to be traveling together. After first meeting the North Heaven region's first seat elder, Yan Zhaoge and the others took their leave of Zhao Ming. Zhao Ming headed for the territory of the Scarlet Rainbow sect, while Yan Zhaoge's group continued towards the Cloud Pavilion Lake. Cloud Pavilion Lake was located within the borders of a small country in the east of the North Heaven region. While it was not large, its scenery was beautiful and unique. Beneath the rippling light of the lake's water, standing by the side of the lake and gazing into the distance, one could vaguely see that above the lake center, there were white clouds that did not disperse all year round. Unique spiritual chi fluctuations surged all around the Cloud Pavilion Lake, forming a unique existence at its center. The water vapor in the air condensed into clouds, yet there was no wind or rain. It was like spring here all year round, with even the temperature not changing much, such that those white clouds did not disperse at all, instead resembling a massive pavilion erected at the center of the lake. A structure formed of cloud chi that had always existed there. Yan Zhaoge and the others were already martial scholars as they directly walked on the water, heading towards the center of the lake. Before they had even neared the Cloud Pavilion, numerous screens of water suddenly rose from the lake's surface, resembling a barrier. As Yan Zhaoge looked over, he instantly rolled his eyes. On the screen of water, some words shockingly appeared. The Yan family members wait outside, the rest come in. Seeing this, Hu's large face also turned bitter. Young master, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing exchanged looks. Even if they did not understand the situation, they now knew that the legendary Elder Fu really did not like Yan Zhaoge and his father. Hu rubbed his hands, secretly sending a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge. Young master, we have no way of forcibly barging into this place. While the screen of water before them seemed thin, if one really thought that it was weak, there would really be a hole in one's head. This was formed by the veteran martial grandmaster expert Fu Enshu, using her fist intent to control the flow of water. It was just like how Shi Tai had used his fist intent to confine heaven and earth, leaving Yen Su unable to advance or retreat. To those who were at the same cultivation level as Fu Enshu or had a higher cultivation base than her, this water screen naturally did not count for much. However, to Yan Zhaoge and Hu, this thin layer of water screen was even more indestructible than an iron rampart. Looking at the screen of water before him, Yan Zhaoge could not help but laugh as he shook his head. It's fine. Swiveling his head to look at Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu has ordered that the two of you enter first. As Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing gazed over, they saw Yan Zhaoge's calm expression. After such a long time, they had also more or less come to know that Yan Zhaoge was indeed a person who only took advantage of others and never suffered any losses. Even when facing the seniors of the clan, it was the same. Looking at them, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Since you can enter, I can naturally enter as well. The corners of Feng Yunsheng's mouth twitched, looking like she was smiling whilst also not, as she secretly gave Yan Zhaoge a big thumbs up, no longer hesitating as she immediately walked towards that screen of water. Glancing quietly at Yan Zhaoge, Xikong Qing also nodded slightly before turning and walking towards the screen of water. As they passed through, that screen of water automatically opened, letting the two girls in. Young master, what's that old saying again? Watching them enter, Hu somewhat painfully sent over a sound transmission. Rather offend a gentleman than a villain, rather offend a villain than a woman. Who offended her? She's just petty. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Relax, just wait for a moment. Very soon, she will take the initiative to let us in. Hu was secretly speechless. His young master had always been arrogant to the heavens. This was something he had always known. However, the other party now was not someone ordinary people could compare to. In terms of status, Fu Enshu was in existence on the same level as Fang Zhuan and Shi Tai. Even if her strength and status were slightly inferior, she was still not someone whom disciples of the younger generation could contend with. Especially when this woman was not very reasonable. If she really wanted to beat up a disciple of the younger generation, beating you half to death, you wouldn't even have a place to complain about it. This was Yan Di and Shi Tai's generation of Broad Creed Mountain disciples, the one who had been the greatest devil incarnate in their youth. Of the old chief of Broad Creed Mountain, Yuan Zhengfeng's personal disciples, Yan Di was the youngest. having entered the clan the latest. When he had entered the clan, the others had mostly already finished their apprenticeship. Before Yen Di had entered the clan, amongst his senior apprentice brothers and sisters, when they were young, the one whom Yuan Zhengfeng trusted the most was Shi Tai, the one whom Yuan Zhengfeng admired the most was Fang Zhuan, but the one whom Yuan Zhengfeng liked the most was Fu Enshu. Fu Enshu's parents were not just fellow disciples of the same clan as Yuan Zhengfeng, they were also friends who had gone through life and death together. Sadly, they had both died young, and Fu Enshu had virtually been raised by Yuan Zhengfeng, the two like father and daughter. From a certain perspective, Yuan Zhengfeng had doted on Fu Enshu too much since young. Yan Zhaoge felt from the bottom of his heart that many people had to thank Shi Tai. If not for him, this strict and serious eldest apprentice brother, holding down the fort from above, not even giving face to Yuan Zhengfeng most of the time, Fu Enshu's destructive power as a hegemon of Broad Creed Mountain would have been even greater. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, who smacked his lips, "Young master, even facing Elder Fang, I am even more confident than you are." After all, Elder Fang is very rational. However, if it's Elder Fu, most of the time, she does things based on her mood. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, raising 3 fingers. Firstly, while senior apprentice Aunt Fu is more of a carefree person, doing as she pleases, always doing things according to her own likes and dislikes, at the end of the day, she is still extremely passionate towards our clan. She was born here, grew up here, and Grand Master treats her like a daughter, doting on her very much. How could she not also respect and love Grand Master as a father? Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge retracted a finger. Before major matters that are truly beneficial to Broad Creed Mountain, she can suppress her emotions, prioritizing the clan's interests. Secondly, while it might not be too good to silently criticize a senior behind his back like this, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is someone who does not have much patience for most things. Even if she is interested in something, it would also be 3 days fishing, 2 days drying the net. Yan Zhaoge retracted another finger. However, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is extremely passionate towards the cultivation of the martial Tao, many years like a day. Don't just look at how she had the personality of a devil incarnate when she was young, her diligence in cultivation is something that even eldest apprentice Aunt has always praised greatly. Towards the unknown secrets of the martial Tao, senior apprentice Aunt Fu has an extremely strong desire to investigate them. If there are some things that she does not understand, it will cause her to be unable to eat or sleep in peace, always wanting to fully understand the profundities within before giving up. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge also sighed a little in admiration, being able to walk to her current cultivation realm without going crazy. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu naturally did not rely on luck. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu is very headstrong and loves face, liking to fight with others. However, as compared to face, the difficult problems in the martial Tao that she cannot solve make her even more worried. At this point, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he retracted his final finger. This third, in the entire Broad Creed Mountain, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is one of the few people with an impatient personality, not having much patience. Chapter 119. The words on the water screen disappeared, also not saying anything about letting Yan Zhaoge in. However, looking at the hole in the water screen, Ahu could not help but stare wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he bowed towards the water screen. "Thank you, senior apprentice Aunt Fu." Then, Yan Zhaoge walked towards the hole in the water screen. Still a little dazed, Ahu followed behind Yan Zhaoge completely on reflex. After a long time, Ahu finally regained his wits. "Young master, how exactly did you do it, ah?" Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu saw junior apprentice sister Feng. Unable to unravel the profundities behind junior apprentice sister Feng's heavenly physique's gradual recovery, she let us in. Who was dazed, just that simple. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Senior apprentice Aunt Fu is just like this. Compared to face, she cares more about these things. Moreover, I'm only being vented out on, after all, I'm not father himself. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge walked neither hurriedly nor slowly, of course, senior apprentice Aunt Fu is also someone who changes her face faster than flipping the page of a book. When the riddle is solved, she might personally throw me out again. Ah, Hu shrunk his head. Young master, you must remember to hold back. If you are thrown out, it will definitely be hard for me to escape. As the two spoke, they walked on the water, already arriving at the center of the lake. Beneath the massive pavilion formed of white clouds was a small island at the center of the lake, the entire island enveloped by the white clouds above. On the peak of a mountain on the small island, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing were currently standing by the side. In front of them, a green-clothed girl was currently silently looking down from the mountain. This girl's age was somewhat hard to determine. She seemed to be in her early 20s, yet also seemed to be in her 30s. Her features were extremely beautiful, not inferior to Xikong Qing and Feng Yunsheng in the slightest. Because of her age and temperament, at this moment, she seemed even more beautiful than the two girls. Walking up the mountain, seeing this girl, Yan Zhaoge immediately went forward to greet her, senior apprentice Aunt Fu. This girl was naturally Fu Enshu. Her expression was as per usual, completely unable to tell that it had been her who had left Yan Zhaoge outside the door earlier. I am very satisfied with the two of them. I have accepted both of them as disciples. The clan has recorded them over there, and can list them as core, direct disciples. Fu Enshu's first sentence when they met was to express her satisfaction towards Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing. As Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng, the other party's gaze contained some emotion, but more of it was firm determination. Fu Enshu said, looking at your needles, I can tell that you indeed have some outstanding attainments and research in this area. Therefore, tell me your thoughts. Of the higher echelon experts of Broad Creed Mountain, it had always been Fu Enshu who had been preparing for the grooming of maidens of extreme yin. She had the greatest say in this area. It was fine if Fu Enshu had not left seclusion before, but now that she naturally had to weigh in on exactly how much true ability and knowledge Yan Zhaoge had in this area. After all, the matter of maidens of extreme yin was of great importance, and could not be taken lightly in the slightest. Yan Zhaoge said neither hurriedly nor slowly, first is to help junior apprentice sister Feng recover her extreme yin physique. Other than piercing her acupoints with golden needles, I plan to find a treasured land of solitary yin that contains solitary yang. Keeping an eye on the mountain domain's cloud portent mountain, on one hand, is to manage our clan's relationship with infinite boundless mountain, and on the other is also for junior apprentice sister Feng's recovery. Other than that, I have thought of a type of medicinal bath, which will also be used when the time comes, helping junior apprentice sister Feng to recover from her injuries. At this point, Yan Zhaoge paused for a moment. As for junior apprentice sister Feng's recovery, returning to the right path of cultivation, I naturally have some ideas as well. I believe that senior apprentice Aunt Fu should also have them. However, the problem that we have to face is that junior apprentice sister Feng, having been delayed for a few years, has only just begun her recovery, while people like Meng Wan and the others have long since been far ahead of her. The other side will not remain where they are, stopping to wait for us. On the contrary, the one who wins the extreme yin crown will only improve even faster. Under such circumstances, how can junior apprentice sister Feng catch up to her opponent? Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. At the end of the day, having a maiden of extreme yin doesn't mean that all is well. Our clan finally having a maiden of extreme yin, it is just that she has the qualifications to participate in the extreme yin bout, no longer having to watch from the sidelines like in previous years. However, if she accompanies the crown prince in his studies year after year, acting as a foil for others, then having this maiden of extreme yin would be as good as not having one at all. Grooming a maiden of extreme yin, participating in the extreme yin bout, it is all for the sake of winning the extreme yin crown. Feng Yunsheng nodded lightly by the side. This was actually the truly crucial matter. Her recovery of the extreme yin physique was only just the beginning. Fu Enshu looked at Yan Zhaoge. As compared to Feng Yunsheng's recovery of the extreme yin physique, this was actually the problem that was truly giving her a headache. Without Feng Yunsheng, if Broad Creed Mountain was lucky and could find another maiden of extreme yin, they would also be able to groom one from the very beginning. However, having fallen behind the other sacred grounds in the past few years, how would they make up for the gap, competing with them? In recent years, Fu Enchu had researched on the cultivation of extreme yin power. She was confident that if they all started at the same time, giving her a maiden of extreme yin, the result would not be inferior to those of the other sacred grounds. However, to catch up to those in the lead, the difficulty was just too great. Chapter 120. Firstly, when I was adventuring outside, I secretly obtained a martial secret manual from before the Great Calamity, the Extreme Yin Scripture, which is specially suited for the cultivation of maidens of extreme yin. Fu Enchu's gaze flickered as she stared fixedly at Yan Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng, who was at the side, was slightly startled. Lunar Scripture. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That's right, looks like you've also heard of it. Feng Yunsheng murmured, I have indeed heard. The elders of the past mention it. Maidens of extreme yin like us do not have any special advantages in cultivating other martial arts. We are no different from ordinary people. It all depends on our own talent in the martial arts. However, it is rumored that before the Great Calamity, there was a martial art known as the Extreme Yin Scripture, a treasured scripture specially suited for maidens of extreme yin to cultivate in. Maidens of extreme yin would be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort if they were to use this to cultivate. Not only would their martial cultivation realm increase rapidly, it would also be able to nourish their extreme yin physique, causing their extreme yin energy to become even stronger. Feng Yunsheng looked at Yan Zhaoge. However, ever since the Great Calamity, this martial scripture has been lost, not even a single word left behind. Only its legend remains. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he listened to her finish, then said, That's right. The method to help you recover your extreme yin body was something that I came up with myself. However, the inspiration for it also came from the extreme yin scripture. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he looked at Fu Enchu. Currently, in our entire clan, only Grand Master and my father know of this matter. You are the third higher echelon to know of it. After I found the lunar true scripture, you were in seclusion. That's why I didn't have the time to tell you today. Fu Enchu nodded and said lightly, You have made a great contribution in this matter, but since you have the lunar scripture, you can give it to me and I can teach it to Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng and Si Kongqing opened their mouths but didn't say anything. Hu lowered his head to look at the ground. Elder Fu was the only one who could say such words so naturally. Fu Enchu said faintly, I don't have the intention to take your credit. You should be rewarded. The sect will definitely not shortchange you. I have to teach Yunsheng martial arts cultivation on a daily basis, and this can coincide with this. Why bother two people for the same thing? Your cultivation can't be delayed, Zhaoge. Fu Enchu glanced at Yan Zhaoge, unless you have some other thoughts, therefore seeking to accompany me day and night? Ahem. Hu almost choked on his own saliva. The usually cold Si Kongqing also looked curiously at Yan Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng blinked, not revealing the look of a shy girl as her big eyes instead contained a hint of a smile as she looked towards Yan Zhaoge openly. Receiving everyone's gazes, Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual, not seeming distressed in the least. Fu Enchu said lightly, You are in charge of the nurturing of Yunsheng's power of extreme yin, so you often have to interact with me. Because of the problem of the previous generation, you actually feel a little awkward facing me, right? Why bother? His words were even more direct than before. Yan Zhaoge now had the urge to smile bitterly. This martial uncle of his really only cared about his own happiness and did not care about the feelings of others. However, Yan Zhaoge actually did not feel any dissatisfaction, because while Fu Enchu's words were not all that polite, her thinking was actually not without reason. If it was possible, Yan Zhaoge would also be happy to hand everything over to Fu Enchu, while he himself would just be a carefree shopkeeper. Just like Fu Enchu had said, the credit was firmly his anyway, with no one able to take it away from him. However, Yan Zhaoge still decided to take matters into his own hands. He had his own reasons, just that there were many things that outsiders could not understand. However, whether it was for public or private reasons, Yan Zhaoge had to personally go into action this time. I do not deny that I admire junior apprentice sister Feng very much. However, just from the current situation, there are no romantic feelings between us. Faced with Fu Enchu's question, Yan Zhaoge answered calmly, I suggested that I be in charge of raising junior apprentice sister Feng's extreme yin power because I have some ideas that require me to monitor her in real time, unceasingly observing her changes. Yan Zhaoge laughed, just based on the extreme yin scripture alone, whether junior apprentice sister Feng can definitely close the gap between her and the other maidens of extreme yin is still hard to guarantee. After all, in the process of junior apprentice sister Feng's pursuit, with the help of the extreme yin crown, the other party's cultivation speed will also be faster. Fu Enchu's expression turned somewhat serious. You said just now that there are two methods, working on both sides simultaneously. Yan Zhaoge said, that's right. The first is the extreme yin scripture, while the second is an idea of mine. As he said this, Yan Zhaoge extended his hands, bringing them together before him. It is said that yin and yang coexisting is a great Tao, but isn't the Tao of extreme yin also another great Tao? The extreme yin crown, the pinnacle of the power of extreme yin under the heavens, is also the foundation of its might. Therefore, no one has ever tried to destroy this. It is just that a path that is too extreme may similarly have a great future, a similarly high peak, but the path itself is destined to be harder the further one goes. Even if the end point is right before them, the path will only get narrower and narrower. If more variations can be integrated into it under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme yin, there will be greater room for development, the path will be widened. Yan Zhaoge said, this way, the path will also be much faster. This time, Fu Enchu was not in a hurry to question whether Yan Zhaoge was taking things for granted, instead falling into deep thought. After a while, she opened her mouth to ask, you wanting to find a treasured land of solitary yin that contains solitary yang to help Yunqing recover her original extreme yin power is the same idea as this. And these two are both the results of your own analysis of the extreme yin power. The two are equivalent to corroborating each other. Is this idea really feasible? Yan Zhaoge nodded, that's right. After researching different sources and making different considerations, I came to the same conclusion. While it still needs to be verified, I think that this method is feasible. Fu Enchu hurriedly followed up, you also said that this is under the prerequisite of ensuring extreme yin. Otherwise, yin and yang will only mix, harming the power of extreme yin, the gains not making up for the losses. This requires a truly feasible method. Otherwise, it can only remain on paper, like a castle in the air. Yan Zhaoge nodded, senior apprentice Aunt Fu's words make sense, I completely agree. I have always believed that actions trump words. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge extended his finger, rapidly writing in mid-air, as though he was deriving something. Traces of his orochi remained, not dissipating for a long time. A bright light abruptly flickered within Fu Enchu's eyes, only calming down after a long time. While it is only an embryonic form, it is already sufficient for the martial scholar realm. She glanced at Yan Zhaoge, saying straightforwardly, no wonder you dare to take on everything, your attainments in this area are even deeper than mine. If I insist on not allowing it, it would instead delay Yunsheng, and also hinder the clan's major matters. Chapter 121. Having successfully convinced Fu Enchu, Yan Zhaoge's mood was also not bad. After all, this was not an easy task. This was because Martial Aunt Fu often did things based on her personal preferences and mood. Money couldn't buy a person's happiness. Sometimes, there was no such thing as reason. If it wasn't necessary, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't be in the mood to waste time with her. However, the situation this time was rather complicated. From the first moment that Yan Zhaoge had met Feng Yunsheng, he had already been planning for this matter. If it weren't for Fu Enchu suddenly coming out of seclusion, there wouldn't have been so many twists and turns. Because the great calamity had caused legacies to be broken off, many things had to be developed from scratch. In the current world, Yan Zhaoge's understanding of the Maiden of Extreme Yin's Extreme Yin physique was still limited. Even though they knew of the rumors that the Extreme Yin Sutra was beneficial to the cultivation of maidens of Extreme Yin, there were still many things that the people of today did not know. Yan Zhaoge had browsed through the scripture vault of the Divine Palace. Other than the Extreme Yin scripture, there were also other scriptures related to maidens of Extreme Yin. Some of these things were not limited to maidens of Extreme Yin. They were similarly useful to other cultivators. Yan Zhaoge was very interested in this. Through his interaction with Feng Yunsheng, the real-time feedback he received as a reference greatly assisted Yan Zhaoge in comprehending the supreme principles of the martial Tao that he wanted to understand. However, there was no need for outsiders to know about this. Furthermore, there were many ways to help Feng Yunsheng improve her strength. It was not something that could be fully explained by the lunar scripture. He had too many secrets, so he had to either hide them, or he had to handle them himself to make it easier for him to conceal them. If they held back, how could they ensure that Feng Yunsheng could make up for it and catch up to Meng Wan and the others who were in the lead? If they couldn't win the Extreme Yin bout, what was the point of working so hard for half a day? It was true that Feng Yunsheng was a martial arts genius. Even if she did not involve the Extreme Yin body, she would still be able to achieve great things in the future if she cultivated step by step. But in a short period of time, her potential could not be transformed into real strength, and she could not play a strategic role in determining the world's situation. As Yan Zhaoge resided in Broad Creed Mountain, whether it was himself or his father, they were all closely linked to Broad Creed Mountain, sharing their glory and their loss. Whether it was for public or private reasons, Yan Zhaoge had to ensure that the development of the situation was within his grasp this time. Fortunately, just as he had expected, while Fu Enchu's personality was unbridled and unrestrained, when it came to the major matters of Broad Creed Mountain, she was still able to distinguish between what was important and what was not. Although she was competitive and prideful, and it was said that there were times when she would even act shamelessly and refuse to admit to her debts, she still admitted that her skills were inferior when it came to the matter of the Maiden of Extreme Yin. I've also heard about what happened at Cloud Portent Mountain. Fu Enchu regained her senses and asked, "How confident are you in this matter?" Yan Zhaoge answered solemnly, "At least 80%. If you want to say more, you will have to arrive at Cloud Portent Mountain and investigate it on the spot. Only then will you be able to say for sure." Fu Enchu raised an eyebrow. "If you weren't bragging, 80% chance is already very high. Since that's the case, let's go now." As Fu Enchu said this, her surroundings began to move despite there being no wind, streams of qi directly sweeping Yan Zhaoge, Ahu, Feng Yunsheng, and Xikong Qing within. Yunsheng will naturally be going to the Cloud Portent Mountain as well. "Xikong, why don't you come with us as well? You can use this opportunity to gain experience. I can also teach you martial arts along the way so that it won't affect your cultivation." That barrier of water surrounding the small island at the center of the Cloud Pavilion Lake leisurely descended, while Fu Enchu directly swept along Yan Zhaoge and the others, speeding off into the distance. Hu stuck out his tongue, sending a sound transmission to Yan Zhaoge, "Young master, isn't Elder Fu's swift and decisive actions a little too much? Acting as she pleases, leaving as she pleases." Yan Zhaoge rubbed the space between his brows. "I rarely hear this now. I only heard someone mention it by chance before. In my father's generation, when they were young, there was actually a saying. Fu Enchu's thoughts, the skies of June, changing as she pleases. From the looks of it now, while she has grown in age, this senior apprentice Aunt Fu is still the same, acting as she pleases. Just get used to it, just get used to it, just get used to it," Yan Zhaoge grinned. "We can also be considered to have come on a trip where she pleases." Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing were also slightly taken aback, but they quickly regained their composure. While the former's thoughts were not as jumpy as Fu Enshu's, she also had a straightforward personality. Meanwhile, other than cultivating in the martial Tao, she didn't really care about anything else. The group was led by Fu Enshu, passing through the lofty mountains and precipitous ridges, rushing towards the mountain region. Their first destination was the vast expanse ridge in the middle of the mountain range, and then the cloud portent ridge in the east. Unlike the heaven domain, which was divided into 5 continents, the mountain domain was divided into territories. And because there were many mountain ranges and hills in the mountain region, the various territories were mostly divided and named according to the different mountain ranges in the mountain region. For example, the territory of the mountain domain's sacred ground, Infinite Boundless Mountain, was known as the Infinite Boundless Territory. The Cloud Portent Territory was the region where the Cloud Portent mountain range was located. The main peak that shared the same name as the mountain range was the Cloud Portent Mountain. The Cloud Omen territory was located at the eastern end of the mountain region, and it was directly connected to the Thunder region to the east. The Earth region was located to the southeast, while the East Heaven region was located to the south, and the North Heaven region was located to the southwest. The Sealing Dragon Abyss originated from the Earth domain, passed through the Heaven domain's East Heaven continent, and then extended into the mountain domain's Cloud Portent territory. The Dark Blue River, which also originated from the Earth domain, entered the Cloud Omen territory first, and then the North Heaven continent of the Heaven domain. Because of Cloud Portent Mountain and the giant spirit magnetite, while this place was located by the borders of the mountain domain, it was the area that Infinite Boundless Mountain valued the most, strictly guarding against the infiltration of the Thunder domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Heaven domain's Broad Creed Mountain. After receiving news of Yen Zhaoge, Fu Enshu, and the others' arrival, Infinite Boundless Mountain did not tarry. Broad Creed Mountain had vaguely revealed that the matter concerned the giant spirit magnetite, and Infinite Boundless Mountain would naturally place great importance on it. However, whether it was Yen Zhaoge or Fu Enshu, they both acutely felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude seemed to be a little ambiguous. After the previous war of the Eastern Tang, the current situation of the world was indeed rather subtle. However, Yen Zhaoge could still more or less feel some abnormal signs. "There's something strange," Yen Zhaoge muttered within his heart, but did not reveal anything on his face. Accompanied by Infinite Boundless Mountain experts, he headed to Cloud Portent Mountain together with Fu Enshu. And just as they were on their way to the mountain domain, Yen Zhaoge and the others received a piece of news that could definitely be considered grievous news for Broad Creed Mountain. In the third Extreme Yin bout, the Sacred Sun clan disciple Meng Wan had undergone nirvanic rebirth like a fire phoenix amidst the darkness, domineeringly returning as a king, dominating all females as she had obtained the Extreme Yin crown. As though confirming Feng Yunsheng's previous judgment. As long as nothing happened to her, Meng Wan was currently the strongest maiden of Extreme Yin. The sacred artifact, the Extreme Yin crown, had returned to the hands of the Sacred Sun clan. The situation of the world instantly changed as a result. While the east-coming Marshal Saint Huang Guanglie had still yet to leave seclusion, the Sacred Sun clan's previous predicament already no longer existed. Hearing this news, Yen Zhaoge glanced at Feng Yunsheng. Feng Yunsheng's expression was calm, not the slightest change in it. She also looked at Yen Zhaoge. Chapter 122. Although the other party did not say anything, Yen Zhaoge instead felt that Infinite Boundless Mountain had become even more passionate towards them. With the Sacred Sun clan becoming more domineering, while Infinite Boundless Mountain would not directly face their might, they would also be increasingly on guard. Before he himself had sufficient confidence, with Broad Creed Mountain's help in blocking the Sacred Sun clan, it was clearly a good thing for Infinite Boundless Mountain. However, Yen Zhaoge could still feel that on the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was rather ambiguous. In their interactions with Broad Creed Mountain, Infinite Boundless Mountain, whether intentionally or not, seemed to be more inclined towards seeking cooperation in other areas. This caused Yen Zhaoge to pay more attention to it. While Infinite Boundless Mountain's attitude was rather ambiguous, under their guidance, Yan Zhaoge, Fu Enshu, and the others still entered the Cloud Portent territory. Young Master, it is also a coincidence that Zhao Ming and his wife have also come to Cloud Portent territory. On the way, who sorted out the information sent over by his subordinates, summarizing it before reporting it to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and thought for a moment. Oh, the Scarlet Rainbow sect and the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent territory do indeed have business dealings. Hu nodded. That's right, a place of solitary yin and solitary yang is extremely rare. The Crimson Rainbow sect has a few types of spirit herbs that can obtain the best quality in a place of solitary yin and solitary yang. So they rented a piece of land in Cloud Portent Mountain and opened it up as a medicinal field. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Broad Creed Mountain was aware of this matter, also not forbidding it. Although there was some competition between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, it was far from as tense as it was with the Sacred Sun clan. Interactions between the various powers of the Heaven Domain under Broad Creed Mountain and those of the Mountain Domain under Infinite Boundless Mountain were not rare. Cloud Portent Mountain was an important area of Infinite Boundless Mountain, but as long as it was not near the giant spirit magnetite vein, it was not forbidden for outsiders to come here. Of course, if it was a power of the same level as Broad Creed Mountain approaching, it would definitely draw the attention of Infinite Boundless Mountain, but a power like the Scarlet Rainbow sect would be fine. Hu continued, I heard that there was something wrong with the medicine field this time, so Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji came to have a look. Jing Yunji was the daughter of the chief of the Scarlet Rainbow sect. On the one hand, Infinite Boundless Mountain had been seeking a solution, on the other hand, they had also begun to limit their internal mining. This way, it had naturally unknowingly slowed down their own development. If this problem could be resolved, and giant spirit magnetite could be mined in large amounts once more, Infinite Boundless Mountain would definitely enter a period of rapid development once more. Fu Enshu said mildly, Our clan is extremely sincere, your clan has no need to be so nervous. Elder Zhua also had some understanding of Fu Enshu's personality. Hearing her words, he smiled slightly. If Broad Creed Mountain came here to cause trouble, that would be equivalent to completely pushing Infinite Boundless Mountain towards the Sacred Sun clan side. However, he also had his own thoughts on this. Broad Creed Mountain definitely wouldn't come to help Infinite Boundless Mountain for no reason at all. Since it was a collaboration, both sides would each take what they needed. How much they took or how little they took would be a problem. Your clan says that you want to do an on-site investigation. Then, after you've settled down a little, follow me, Elder Zhua said. Fu Enshu directly swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, do you need to rest? Yan Zhaoge resisted the urge to roll his eyes, once more having a direct understanding of this senior apprentice aunt of his, I can do so anytime. Fu Enshu nodded, swiveling her head to look at Elder Zhua, it's still early now, let's go now. Elder Zhua and the other two Infinite Boundless Mountain Grand Elders exchanged glances, then all nodded. The Magnetite Elder who sat over Cloud Portent Mountain said, follow this old man. Arriving in the valley, the group directly descended into the vein. Feeling the flow of spiritual qi within, having specially entered the pith region, Yan Zhaoge grew more and more certain. The mining method is too barbaric. Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder only obtained the giant spirit profound art, but didn't have a matching technique to specifically mine giant spirit magnetite. The mining method developed afterwards is simple and crude, unceasingly harming the pith of the vein. Yan Zhaoge had a plan, but a shadow also gradually surfaced in his heart. Other than us, there also seems to be someone else who is pondering on the problem of the recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein. It doesn't seem like Infinite Boundless Mountain's own research, but rather has some of the flair of an ancient technique from before the Great Calamity. No wonder their attitude is so ambiguous. They indeed have other hopes, and therefore aren't too keen on my side. However, that side should also still be in the testing phase. Therefore, when we came over, they also didn't directly reject us. Yan Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, pondering. However, on the surface, Yan Zhaoge still looked as though nothing had happened. Exiting the vein, Yan Zhaoge roamed the basin of the valley, feeling the spiritual qi flow there a step further. Why does it feel like there's a yang reversing qi that directly penetrates underground from the mountain? Frowning, Yan Zhaoge exited the valley, raising his head to gaze at Cloud Portent Mountain before him. Halfway up Cloud Portent Mountain, the light of fire shockingly flickered. Yan Zhaoge blinked. What the hell is this? Infinite boundless mountain burning their own mountain? Just as he was thinking, Ahu sped over, bringing back an unconscious person. Yan Zhaoge recognized him as Zhao Ming's retainer. After waking him up, seeing Yan Zhaoge, the other party was instantly overjoyed. Chapter 123. That was the location of the source of the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring, a place of solitary Yin and solitary Yang. The spirit field that the Scarlet Rainbow sect rented to cultivate spirit herbs was right there. That retainer hurriedly said, Fourth Prince and Miss Jing are both on the mountain. Infinite boundless mountains people burned the Scarlet Rainbow sect's spirit fields, and Fourth Prince couldn't restrain himself any longer, and made a move against them. Yan Zhaoge held his forehead. Unlike Zhao Yuan, Zhao Sheng and the others, Zhao Ming's temper was more of the violent and impulsive type. The other party having burnt down Jing Yunji's family's spirit field, Zhao Ming was naturally unable to restrain his rage, no longer caring that he was actually currently in Infinite Boundless Mountain's territory. Why would the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain burn the spirit fields of the Scarlet Rainbow sect? Yan Zhaoge asked straightforwardly. The retainer hesitated for a moment before replying truthfully, the Iron Yuan sect, a small and medium-sized force under the jurisdiction of Cloud Portent territory, has invaded the land of a manor nearby. The owner of the manor didn't comply, and the two parties had a conflict. During the conflict, the son of the owner of the manor injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The other party broke into the manor and wanted to kill to vent their anger. Miss Jing passed by the manor and was once a guest there. She was an old acquaintance of the owner's family, so when she found out about the incident, she hurried over to save him. In the end, that Iron Yuan sect's chief was acquainted with a disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain here, and called for reinforcements, demanding that the Scarlet Rainbow sect hand over the person. Since the Fourth Prince and Miss Jing were unwilling to hand her over, it was convenient for them to burn down the spiritual fields. Yan Zhaoge raised his head slightly, on purpose, right? That retainer was greatly shocked. Young Master Yan, the Fourth Prince does not intend to become enemies with Infinite Boundless Mountain, it's just that, I'm not talking about Zhao Ming and the others. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands, swiveling his head to look at Ahu, go tell Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu. Ahu scratched his head, young master, Infinite Boundless Mountain has 3 higher echelon bigwigs here, as well as quite a few martial grandmaster experts. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, this kind of small matter is still not enough to disturb people at the level of Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu and the others. Infinite Boundless Mountain will definitely have their subordinates deal with it first. I asked you to inform Uncle Master Fu so that he can understand the situation and be prepared. We're not afraid of alarming a big shot like them to deal with it. I'm rushing over now to prevent Zhao Ming from suffering a loss if the other party has an expert. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge strode forward, leading the way up the mountain. Standing at the entrance of the valley, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing were currently discussing the martial arts that Fu Enshu had just imparted to them. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, they could not help but ask curiously, where are we going? Yan Zhaoge pointed at the black smoke halfway up the mountain. There are some people of the same clan clashing with people of Infinite Boundless Mountain on the mountain, let's go take a look. Exchanging glances, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing both nodded, following behind Yan Zhaoge. On the mountain path, an Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioner also appeared to obstruct them. There's been a change on the mountain, halt. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, if I stop, your family's giant spirit magnetite vein will suffer a calamity. The other party was taken aback. The ore vein is at the foot of the mountain. Yan Zhaoge's footsteps did not halt as he instantly passed the other party. You cannot bear the responsibility. That infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner wanted to stop him, but felt a strong gust of wind assaulting him, directly suppressing the words he wanted to say back into his chest. He was completely unable to open his mouth at all, his figure also continuously retreating backwards. Not saying a word, Feng Yunsheng and Xikong Qing followed closely behind Yan Zhaoge, rushing up the mountain. Having arrived in the vicinity of the fire halfway up the mountain, Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept the area, seeing that amidst the thick smoke, there were currently people clashing. One of them was precisely Zhao Ming. His opponent was a middle-aged man with the cultivation of a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but not of infinite boundless mountains lineage. It could be assumed that he was the chief of the Iron Yuan sect. This middle-aged man was being suppressed by Zhao Ming, but there were quite a few people helping him to surround and attack Zhao Ming from the side. Zhao Ming's broad creed mountain martial arts were far more profound than his opponent's. Even being surrounded and attacked from all sides, he was still able to handle it with ease, even being able to protect a small boy. It was just that Zhao Ming was entangled to the point where he was hard-pressed to extricate himself. His expression was a little anxious as he looked to the side. There, a girl was currently clashing with an infinite boundless mountain disciple. That girl was precisely a fellow disciple of Yan Zhaoge, Xikong Qing, and the others, Zhao Ming's lover, Jing Yunji. The two were both in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. One executed broad creed mountains martial arts, the other infinite boundless mountains martial arts, but in the end, it was Jing Yunji who was being suppressed. From the looks of it, there actually seemed to be a feeling of danger all around. Yan Zhaoge carefully analyzed for a moment, remembering the intelligence reports he had once seen in the clan, recognizing that the other party seemed to be called Ho Xiang, a genius of infinite boundless mountain who had recently risen to prominence. In the vicinity of the fire where they were clashing, there were already a few corpses lying on the ground. From their clothes, they were all on Zhao Ming's and Jing Yunji's side. Glancing at them, Yan Zhaoge directly said, "Junior apprentice sister Xikong help junior apprentice sister Jing, junior apprentice sister Feng help junior apprentice brother Zhao." Feng Yunsheng stroked the hilt of her saber, not waiting for her to ask. Yan Zhaoge directly waved his hands, "Murderers, pay with their lives." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge waved his sleeve, sweeping up gusts of strong wind, blowing away the dense smoke of the blazing fire before him, first extinguishing the flames. On the other side, not saying a word, Xikong Qing unsheathed her sword, a cold light flickering as she directly replaced Jing Yunji, clashing with that infinite boundless mountain disciple Ho Xiang. Feng Yunsheng was even less courteous, brandishing her saber, the winds and clouds changing color as a violent saber directly forced back the people surrounding Zhao Ming. With a long howl, Zhao Ming brandished the sword within his hands, sword shadows floating, resembling 7 stars streaking across the sky as he focused fully on dealing with that middle-aged man of the outer aura stage, attacking until his back was drenched in sweat. That infinite boundless mountain disciple Ho Xiang was greatly enraged. "People of Broad Creed Mountain, daring to be so arrogant in our clan's territory?" Dispersing the blazing fire, not even turning his head, Yan Zhaoge said casually, "Those who died here, all died from wounds inflicted by saber or sword. You are bare-handed, obviously not a murderer, so you can rest easy, you don't have to pay with your life." Ho Xiang's chest felt stifled, as he looked at Yan Zhaoge and laughed coldly. "Today, I've really broadened my horizons, I've never seen someone who comes to ask for help, so arrogant. I know who you are, and also know what you've come to our mountain domain for. But you don't seem to be quite clear-headed. Now, it is your Broad Creed Mountain who has a request for my infinite boundless mountain." With the extreme Yin crown in the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, and their east-coming martial saint not leaving seclusion, just based on these 2 sacred artifacts, your Broad Creed Mountain will not be able to stand against them alone. Ho Xiang was not old, still looking to be less than 20, having cultivated to the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm, which was rather rare. What was even rarer was that he was skilled, not falling into a disadvantageous position in his clash with Xikong Qing, attacking and defending, his movements orderly. He laughed coldly as he looked at Yen Zhaoge. Coming to my infinite boundless mountain, to put it bluntly, is to ask for reinforcements, wanting our clan to resist the pressure of the Sacred Sun clan together with you. In the Battle of the Eastern Tang earlier, if not for our clan standing by the side and helping the Sacred Sun clan, even if you joined forces with Jade Sea City, victory and defeat might still have been uncertain. It's the same now. Jade Sea City has lost the Extreme Yin crown, also being held back by the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If our clan helps your Broad Creed Mountain, you need not fear the Sacred Sun clan. If our clan helps the Sacred Sun clan, your Broad Creed Mountain will immediately be finished. Chapter 124. Yen Zhaoge couldn't be bothered with Ho Xiang at all as he shook his head rather amusedly. The Extreme Yin crown having fallen into the hands of the Sacred Sun clan, it is possible for your infinite boundless mountain to not help either side. But to help the Sacred Sun clan, there really must be a hole in your brain. Being willing to be someone else's vassal is another matter altogether. Otherwise, if the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain all have the same level of experience as you, they would never be able to rise up. Seeing Xikong Qing replace Jing Yunji and fight with Ho Xiang, Zhao Ming immediately heaved a sigh of relief. With his worries gone, and with Feng Yunqing's help to clear up the disturbances around him, he immediately pounced on his opponent like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. As Yen Zhaoge extinguished the fire, he scanned the entire area. Looking around, Yen Zhaoge's attention fell on the child that Zhao Ming had been protecting earlier. It was a boy who was only a little over 10 years old. He looked a little dazed, as if he was mentally unsound. He knelt beside a man and shook the man's arm. "Daddy, Daddy." Yen Zhaoge knit his brows slightly. With just a single glance, he knew that the man on the ground was already dead. Seeing that the man was ignoring him, the boy stood up shakily and walked to the side, turning a blind eye to the flashes of swords around him. He came to a woman's side and shook the woman's arm. "Mother, mother." Yen Zhaoge sighed to himself. This child was an orphan. The boy looked around blankly, his eyes still filled with confusion, as if he did not understand why his parents were ignoring him. Jing Yunji was replaced by Xikong Qing. She came to the boy's side, her gaze also somewhat unable to bear it. Looking at the other corpses on the ground, her eyes once again surged with fury. Other than the boy's family, the other victims were all the stewards of the Scarlet Rainbow Sect's medicinal field. Jing Yunji shouted and joined the battle with Zhao Ming, killing the warriors of the Iron Yuan sect together with Feng Yunsheng. The middle-aged man at the middle stage of physical invulnerability was the sect leader of the Iron Yuan sect, who had led his men to cause trouble. At this moment, facing Broad Creed Mountain's direct disciple Zhao Ming, even though their cultivation bases were the same, he was still quickly defeated. He called out to Ho Xiang, "Save." Before he could finish his words, Zhao Ming's sword had already pierced forward. Just at this moment, a cold snort suddenly resounded from the distance, killing people in the territory of my infinite boundless mountain. A powerful gust of stellar energy soared through the air, ferocious and forceful. It was like a mountain-splitting axe cleaving towards Zhao Ming. It was obvious that the other party had not used his full strength, but this axe strike was something that Zhao Ming could not block. If he took it, even if he did not die, he would be heavily injured. Yen Zhaoge's expression did not change as he substituted a sword with his finger, stabbing out. 7 streams of stellar energy condensed into swords, like the convergence of 7 stars, and intercepted the huge axe. The 7 streaks of sword chi landed on the huge axe made of stellar energy at different speeds, but they didn't destroy it. Instead, they easily deflected the huge axe's trajectory. Seeing this, Zhao Ming did not stop and pierced through the chest of the Iron Yuan sect leader. The middle-aged man widened his eyes and fell to the ground. The last image he saw was of the woman who had died by his hands. She was now lying on the ground with her eyes wide open, and the simple-minded boy beside her. In the next moment, the middle-aged man's vision turned pitch black, and he breathed his last. After sweeping through the enemies present, Feng Yunsheng, Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji gathered by Yan Zhaoge's side. Yan Zhaoge said, "I've come late. Junior apprentice sister Jing, please restrain your grief. Junior apprentice brother Zhao, we will slowly catch up later." Zhao Ming nodded cautiously, his gaze focused straight into the distance. That direction was precisely the direction from which the huge axe of Orochi had come. There was also a group of people rushing over from the foot of the mountain. Gazing into the distance, Yan Zhaoge saw that the person in the lead had an indistinct spiritual light above his head that shot towards the horizon. Not concealing it at all, he was shockingly a Xiantian martial scholar. The other party looked to be around 26 or 27, his face cold and stern, his figure tall. He was dressed in black, a mountain peak embroidered on his lapel. It was the attire of a core, direct disciple of infinite boundless mountain. Seeing Yan Zhaoge, the newcomer's gaze instantly hardened. Yan Zhaoge glanced at him calmly, similarly recognizing him. Ji Hanru, one of the leading figures of infinite boundless mountain's younger generation. He could be considered to be around the same age as Lu Wen and Xiao Shen, being slightly older than the two of them. In the Eight Extremities world, the name of the small mountain lord, Ji Hanru, was similarly like thunder to the ears, being an elite of the younger generation. Several years ago, Ji Hanru had battled with the descendant of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Thunder Rumbling Young Master. The Thunder Rumbling Young Master was the only son of a bigwig elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, one of the four young masters alongside the broad-creed young master Yan Zhaoge and the world-illuminating young master Huang Jie. Ji Hanru fought him to a draw in the past, establishing his position as one of the top powerhouses of the younger generation. Earlier, when he had just arrived at Cloud Portent Mountain, Yan Zhaoge had already met him once. He knew that Ji Hanru just happened to be in the vicinity of the Cloud Portent Mountain to temper himself, coincidentally also being at Cloud Portent Mountain. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Ji Hanru said coldly, "Killing people in Cloud Portent Mountain, is this the way of your broad-creed mountain as a guest?" Yan Zhaoge raised his chin slightly, indicating for Ji Hanru to look at Ho Xiang, who was still in the midst of clashing with Sikong Qing. "The Scarlet Rainbow sect is a clan of my heaven domain, and junior apprentice sister Jing is a disciple of our clan. Renting your infinite boundless mountain spirit fields for cultivation has never been short of your offerings and contributions. When our clan came to visit, your infinite boundless mountain disciple connived at others to burn down the spirit fields here. This is how your infinite boundless mountain treats its guests." In terms of attitude towards Broad Creed Mountain, infinite boundless mountain was divided internally. And as Yan Zhaoge knew, of the younger generation, Ji Hanru belonged to the faction that didn't have a good impression of Broad Creed Mountain. Therefore, towards Ji Hanru, Yan Zhaoge similarly didn't have a good expression. Looking at Ji Hanru, Yan Zhaoge was expressionless. "Or is it to say that you all had a mind to do this?" Ji Hanru said indifferently, "I know what you have come here for, but that is not what you can rely on to be unbridled and unbridled. Your 1,000 reasons, all of them cannot change a single fact. This is Cloud Portent Mountain, the territory of my infinite boundless mountain. Whatever happened, our clan has its own rules, and will handle things according to them. Your Broad Creed Mountain overstepped their bounds, even killing people on the spot. Do you treat my infinite boundless mountain as non-existent?" Yan Zhaoge chortled, "Just now, when we truly needed you to appear, you indeed did not exist." Ji Hanru's entire body's aura chi surged as he strode forward, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners behind him also doing the same. "All those who have killed people, capture them all, and hand them over to our clan's seniors and elders to deal with. Yan Zhaoge, I don't have the mood to argue with you. Your name has been very famous recently, but I wonder how much true ability and knowledge you have. I, Ji Hanru, have never believed in rumors, I only believe in my own eyes and fists." Saying thus, he punched out, his fist heavy as a mountain. Not even looking, Yan Zhaoge met it with a palm. As his palm struck out, it resembled the roar of a dragon and the roar of a tiger. Aura chi that resembled flames condensed on Yan Zhaoge's palm, meeting Ji Hanru's fist head-on. Ji Hanru laughed coldly, "Meeting me head-on? Of the 6 great sacred grounds, Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial arts were famed for their heavy momentum. A fist that was heavy as a mountain, with an unstoppable momentum, wanted to destroy Yan Zhaoge's Tushita palm. However, with a flick of his wrist, Yan Zhaoge's power suddenly skyrocketed madly, instantly erupting. Since we can't come to an agreement, then we'll fight. So what if I meet you head-on? Within the Tushita palm, the essence of the mighty ape demonic fist was integrated. The sudden, explosive power shook the heavens and shook the earth. Chapter 125. Ji Hanru's expression, which had always been calm, finally changed slightly. Sucking in a deep breath, he roared in a heavy tone, "Open." Following his will, a change suddenly occurred in Ji Hanru's fist. That dense, vigorous orochi actually emanated a feeling of spirituality. It was as if atop a towering mountain, there were plants growing, flowers blooming. In the eyes of others, Ji Hanru's fist that resembled a mountain no longer seemed so illusory and stiff, instead having a feeling of being real. As Ji Hanru punched over, it was as if a mountain peak had really appeared before everyone's eyes. The mountain peak toppled, the pressure of Mount Tai, causing one's heart to palpitate. Having spirituality developed in their orochi, this was the true embodiment of an early Xiantian martial scholar's power. Ji Hanru was also a proud person. Facing the late outer aura martial scholar Yan Zhaoge, while he had previously heard that Yan Zhaoge had consecutively defeated Chao Yuanlong and Xiao Shen, Ji Hanru had still not exerted his full strength, instead wanting to have a proper match with Yan Zhaoge. Who knew that Yan Zhaoge would really be ferocious, meeting Ji Hanru's iron fist head-on without dodging or avoiding? What Ji Hanru found even harder to accept was that the one at a disadvantage was him. In a head-on clash, Yan Zhaoge clearly held the advantage. His Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial Dao, whether in attack or defense, was most proficient in head-on clashes. Thoughts flashing at lightning speed, Ji Hanru no longer dared to hold anything back, immediately bringing out his true abilities. The spirituality of his orochi manifested, his fist heavy and majestic, also naturally agile, as Ji Hanru forcibly stopped the declining momentum of his divine mountain fist. However, at the same time, a red light flashed on Yan Zhaoge's face. Wind fire calamities, fire calamity. Under Yan Zhaoge's fist, he exerted force 3 times consecutively, the explosive power coming wave after wave. The terrifying explosive power seemed limitless as it unceasingly rose one peak after another. Yan Zhaoge's palm was completely purplish red, the Tushita palm's speciality in breaking through his enemy's orochi being displayed to the point of perfection, forcibly breaking through Ji Hanru's layers of orochi, his palm pressing down on Ji Hanru's fist. An explosive sound resounded in the air, as though heavy objects had collided. Ji Hanru's fist trembled uncontrollably. Not moving his right hand, Ji Hanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yan Zhaoge. Not moving his right hand, Ji Hanru raised his left palm, chopping down towards Yan Zhaoge. Astral energy condensed, vigorous and domineering to the extreme. Ji Hanru's palm struck down, like a giant spirit god brandishing a giant axe that could split the heavens. With a swing of the axe, even the towering mountains in front of him were split in half. Seeing all of Ji Hanru's actions, Yan Zhaoge let out a long laugh. The Tushita palm of Yan Zhaoge's left hand did not change as it pressed onto Ji Hanru's right fist, while the index and middle fingers of Yan Zhaoge's own right hand formed a sword, the Big Dipper sword appearing once more. The heavenly reflection of the jade pearl, which had reached the pinnacle, struck Ji Hanru's weakest point. The Tushita palm in his left hand was as violent as fire, while the 7-star sword in his right hand was light and graceful. Yan Zhaoge simultaneously executed 2 martial arts, one hard and one soft, both worthy of praise. Ji Hanru's 5 needles heaven-splitting axe came to a halt in midair. During this pause, Yan Zhaoge continued exerting force with his left palm. Amidst the roar, the sound of something shattering seemed to ring in the ears of the surrounding people. Ji Hanru's figure retreated with a loud bang. Having gained the upper hand, Yan Zhaoge immediately leapt into the air, his finger like the tip of a sword, pointing straight at Ji Hanru. His astral energy condensed into a sword, a green light vaguely flickering on it as the roar of a dragon resounded. A variation of the coiling dragon sleeve, cloud rising soaring dragon, was executed, instantly arriving before Ji Hanru. Ji Hanru's right hand was currently numb. Having lost the initiative, he decisively brought his left palm horizontally before his chest. Countless layers of astral energy condensed, merging as one, giving off a feeling that there were no flaws at all. Infinite boundless mountains direct lineage, great chaotic elements palm. Perhaps it was clumsy, perhaps not easy to cultivate in. However, in terms of frontal defense in the current 8 extremities world, Infinite Boundless Mountain was one of the best. The great chaotic element's palm was precisely its essence. Even though he had lost the initiative, even though he was unable to use his right hand, Ji Hanru steeled his heart to defend like this, his palm seemingly sealed, instantly causing Yan Zhaoge's cloud-rising soaring dragon to be hard-pressed to succeed. There are no invincible martial arts, only invincible people. As Yan Zhaoge said slowly, his sword's momentum suddenly changed, 7 sword silhouettes shooting through the air, resembling the 7 stars of the Big Dipper as they converged together. The sword silhouettes formed a single line, their power suddenly condensed to the maximum, concentrated at a single point. Yan Zhaoge's arm shook, resembling a heavenly dragon flipping its body. The sword intent of the coiling dragon's sleeve and the sword intent of the Big Dipper sword, at this moment, seemed to have merged as one. Dragon riding 7 stars. Iron hammers could not break through cowhide, but cowhide could be pierced through by sharp steel nails. This sword of Yan Zhaoge's condensed power to the extreme shockingly pierced through the defenses of Ji Hanru's great chaotic element's palm. Ji Hanru's right hand finally regained feeling, as he managed to block Yan Zhaoge's sword in time. However, his right hand, which had originally already been somewhat injured, was injured once more. Ji Hanru stumbled backwards step by step. After this sword, Yan Zhaoge did not continue attacking, instead leisurely standing with his hands behind his back, raising his head to look towards the sky. There, the air shook mightily, as a few figures walked out from within. It was precisely Fu Enshu and a group of infinite boundless mountain bigwigs. Ji Hanru's face turned slightly green. Although he still had many techniques that he had not used, in just a few short exchanges earlier, as a Xiantian martial scholar, he had actually been suppressed by the outer aura Yan Zhaoge. This was not a late outer aura martial scholar fighting a mid-outer aura martial scholar, but an early Xiantian martial scholar fighting a late outer aura martial scholar. The gap between the 2 cultivation levels was even greater than that between the early outer aura martial scholar and the mid-outer aura martial scholar, or between the late outer aura martial scholar and the late outer aura martial scholar. The group of infinite boundless mountain disciples behind him also looked on in shock at this scene before them. In the past year and a half, there had been many rumors regarding Yan Zhaoge, and his fame in the 8 extremities world had also been growing more and more resounding. However, hearing rumors and personally witnessing and experiencing it for themselves were naturally completely different. Especially when the Yan Zhaoge before them was even more ferocious than in the rumors. A late outer aura martial scholar, forcibly attacking head-on, suppressing an early Xiantian martial scholar, the heavens-favored son of infinite boundless mountain's younger generation, Ji Hanru, who was most proficient in head-on attacks. Ji Hanru had clearly been the first to forcibly attack, but in an instant, he had been reduced to only being able to passively defend. And what was even more embarrassing was that he had not even been able to defend against it. Seeing this scene, Infinite Boundless Mountain's elder Zhua, the Magnetite Elder and the others also frowned slightly. Fu Enshu, on the other hand, had a smile on her face. She was clearly in a good mood. Even the gaze with which she looked at Yan Zhaoge now contained a rarely seen benevolence and gratification of a senior. While Elder Zhua's expression seemed calm, his gaze was currently on Yan Zhaoge. The Magnetite Elder and another infinite boundless mountain martial grandmaster, seemingly intentionally yet unintentionally, surrounded Fu and Shu. Seeing their three martial grandmaster experts standing together with Fu and Shu alone, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners instantly felt much more at ease. No matter what, here at Cloud Portent Mountain, they had more experts. Fu and Shu was not Yen Di. In the current situation, even if Yen Zhaoge was a dragon, he would have to lie down. Even if he was a tiger, he would have to lie down. What was laughable was that while he had fought to his heart's content earlier, with so many experts of infinite boundless mountain present, he would immediately have to repay his debt. Towards their gazes, Yen Zhaoge completely ignored them. Facing Elder Zhua, who was glaring at him like a tiger, he was also neither flustered nor flustered as he greeted him courteously. Seniors, this Yen did not fail in his mission. I have already extinguished the fire, successfully preventing the arsonist from further damaging the giant spirit magnetite vein. Chapter 126. Yen Zhaoge's expression was firm as he was neither flustered nor flustered. Whether a young man was confident or just bluffing, it was not hard for infinite boundless mountains martial grandmasters to discern. Elder Zhua didn't say anything. The mystic stone elder frowned again. As for infinite boundless mountains longtime elder Shan Shirwang, the one with the highest cultivation base of the three who had accompanied Yen Zhaoge and Fu Enshu over from infinite boundless mountain, his expression eased slightly. Shan Shirwang looked at Yen Zhaoge. What did you just say? Yen Zhaoge cupped his hands. This place is close to the source of the yin-yang cloud spring. If a great fire were to be lit, the fire qi would affect the balance of yin and yang within the spring. The water vein of the yin-yang cloud goes straight to the foot of the Cloud Portent Mountain and connects with the earth vein. During this period of time, the balance of the energy vein will change, and it will affect the spiritual qi of the earth vein surrounding the entire Cloud Portent Mountain. To martial artists of my generation, the effects in this area are not obvious. But to the giant spirit magnetite, which has already been damaged, the slightest change in the surrounding environment will have an effect. Yen Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Coincidentally, as the fire qi entered the ground, the spiritual qi of the earth veins automatically adjusted itself, originally tending to become more yin cold, neutralizing the external fire qi. And the earth veins lean towards the cold, which will further damage the marrow of the giant spirit magnetite vein. The crowd of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners, whether at a loss or unconvinced, wanted to rebuke Yen Zhaoge, but due to the presence of their clan seniors, they didn't dare to act rashly. Ji Hanru knit his brows tightly as he gazed at Yen Zhaoge. Shan Shirwang and Elder Zhua didn't say anything, but the magnetite elder opened his mouth and asked in a low voice, the earth veins lean towards yin and cold. Will it harm the giant spirit magnetite vein? To infinite boundless mountain, giant spirit magnetite was one of the most important resources, virtually accompanying the entire history of infinite boundless mountain's development and rise to prominence. Infinite boundless mountain naturally had an in-depth understanding of giant spirit magnetite. As the first seat elder, the magnetite elder was specifically responsible for keeping watch over the giant spirit magnetite vein in Cloud Portent Mountain. His knowledge of giant spirit magnetite was one of the top few in the entire infinite boundless mountain. Yen Zhaoge's words surpassed what he knew, but combined with what he knew of the situation, he vaguely felt that it made sense. With the matter at stake, the magnetite elder did not directly and arbitrarily reprimand Yen Zhaoge. However, the doubt in his tone could not be any more obvious. Yen Zhaoge said mildly, the giant spirit magnetite stoutly stores essence, its spiritual qi vigorous as one, not seeming to be involved in the separation of yin and yang. However, in the process of the birth of such spirit stones, there is a process of yin and yang merging. The reason why your clan's two mines in infinite boundless mountain and here have successively dried up is because your method of mining giant spirit magnetite is to violently excavate with the power of masculinity. In order to deal with this external yang heat, the vein where the mine is located produces its own yin cold to neutralize it. In the long run, as time passes, the coldine energy will damage the marrow of the mine, so the giant spirit magnetite produced by the mine will become less and less, until it finally dried up. Yan Zhaoge spoke frankly with assurance, smooth and organized. You might have discovered the changes in yin and yang in the surrounding spiritual qi of the ore vein, but not understanding the principles behind giant spirit magnetite, you did not connect it to this aspect. At this point, not only the mystic stone elder, but Shan Shirweng and Elder Zhua also fell into deep thought. After a while, Elder Zhua asked, "But, how do you know about these things?" Yan Zhaoge smiled, "I have let Senior see a joke. Ever since young, I have been fond of miscellaneous studies, liking to consult ancient texts and study ancient characters, especially being fascinated by the legacies of before the Great Calamity. In the past, because of this, I even somewhat delayed my cultivation in the martial Tao, causing the seniors of my clan to be rather dissatisfied. Saying this might be a little offensive, but seniors should all know that the giant spirit profound art was not created by your clan's founder. One of the foundations of Infinite Boundless Mountain, its core martial art, the giant spirit profound art, was a martial scripture that had existed before the Great Calamity. Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder had obtained a remnant portion of it, researching and cultivating in it, perfecting and deriving it, finally forming the current giant spirit profound art. A considerable number of martial scriptures of the current Eight Extremities world had come from this way, just that the giant spirit profound art that Infinite Boundless Mountain's founder had obtained back then was comparatively more complete. Therefore, the current giant spirit profound art was also more similar to the ancient chapters of Before the Great Calamity. Infinite Boundless Mountain had never denied this point. Shan Shirweng directly nodded, "That's right." He looked at Yan Zhaoge, "The meaning of your words is that you have obtained the complete giant spirit profound art of Before the Great Calamity?" Yan Zhaoge shook his head, "Naturally not. Sorting through the ancient texts, what I obtained was some information regarding the giant spirit clan of Before the Great Calamity. Before the Great Calamity, there had been a powerful power known as the Giant Spirit Clan. The Giant Spirit profound art had once been a martial art of the Giant Spirit Clan. Yan Zhaoge said, "Before the Great Calamity, those of the Giant Spirit Clan who cultivated in the Giant Spirit profound art had already begun to make use of Giant Spirit magnetite. Amongst them, they also naturally had their own research regarding the giant spirit magnetite vein. Daring to recommend myself to come to this cloud portent mountain, I naturally wouldn't speak without thinking, speaking without thinking." Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. The damage caused by the cold yin qi to the giant spirit magnetite vein is accumulated over a long period of time. Normally, it would not be obvious, but now that the pith of the vein has already been damaged, even a slight change would actually be very obvious. Your clan's people didn't realize this problem before, or perhaps didn't pay attention to it. However, now that they are already aware of it, entering the pith of the vein and carefully inspecting it, I believe that they will discover that what I said is not false. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge smiled and kept his mouth shut, his hands behind his back as he stood silently where he was. The magnetite elder was silent for a moment, before he said in a heavy tone, "I'll go down and take a look." Shan Shirweng nodded lightly. Ji Hanru and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples all felt a little awkward for a moment. They hoped that the truth would prove that Yan Zhaoge was speaking nonsense. Otherwise, they would really lose a lot of face this time. The person who had set the fire to the point of endangering the giant spirit magnetite vein was related to their clan. Broad Creed Mountain's people had instead become the ones who had helped to put out the fire. Their own clan having been beaten up earlier, not only had they suffered it for nothing, they instead had to thank and apologize to the other party. Being slapped and still having to smile apologetically, this was already not something that could be described with just the word aggrieved. Elder Zhua stared at Yan Zhaoge. "If it is really as you say, our clan will first thank your clan for your great kindness. However, with such a secret, no one knows of it." The person who set the fire was also in a situation where they were unaware. Rules cannot be broken lightly. Matters that occur within the territory of my Infinite Boundless Mountain naturally have our clan's rules to deal with them. When have we ever needed others to interfere and do it for us? Yan Zhaoge said calmly, if there was enough time, I would also like to wait for Infinite Boundless Mountain's senior apprentice brothers to rush over to deal with it. Time is pressing, and we have been presumptuous. Chapter 127. Yan Zhaoge stood composedly where he was, gazing elsewhere. Over there, Xikong Qing and Ho Xiang were shockingly still fighting. The two of them fought with all their might, to the extent that they acted as if there was no one else around. They might have noticed the arrival of Fu Enshu, Shan Shiweng, Zui Zhanglao and the others, but they did not stop. The battle was too intense, to the extent that whoever retreated first might be injured by the other. Xikong Qing and the other person could only focus on the competition. If they wanted to interrupt their competition, only someone with a higher cultivation could intervene. As soon as Fu Enshu and the others arrived, they naturally first paid attention to Yan Zhaoge and Ji Hanru. Afterwards, when Yan Zhaoge mentioned that the blazing fire had affected the flow of spiritual qi in the earth veins and damaged the giant spirit magnetite vein, it was too shocking. As a result, no one had interfered with Xikong Qing and Ho Xiang. Fu Enshu looked at the battle with a look of relish. Elder Zhua and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners were all silent for a time, instead beginning to focus on the competition between the two inner aura martial scholars. From a certain point of view, they also valued the things that had been displayed in this competition. Ho Xiang was Infinite Boundless Mountain's young genius who had recently risen to prominence, rarely meeting a match amongst those of the same age, leading the pack. Previously, Broad Creed Mountain's Jing Yunji was older than him, but had only been in the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm like him. In actual combat, she had been forced into a perilous situation by Ho Xiang. Now, however, there was a young girl who might be even younger than Ho Xiang who could stand against it. This naturally caused the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain to secretly take note of it. Without a doubt, this was yet another rising peak genius of Broad Creed Mountain's younger generation. Those of Infinite Boundless Mountain were all paying close attention, because Yan Zhaoge's performance just now had really been too breathtaking. An outer aura late-stage martial scholar fighting against an early-stage Xiantian martial scholar had vaguely crossed a huge gap in strength. In all fairness, Ji Hanru had still underestimated his opponent a little, not going all out when he had first made his move, allowing Yan Zhaoge to seize the upper hand instead. By the time he realized that something was wrong, having fallen into a disadvantageous position, he was already hard-pressed to reverse the situation. In the end, he was completely suppressed by Yan Zhaoge's relentless chain of attacks. In the end, even with the full force of the great chaotic element's palm defending, it was still broken through by Yan Zhaoge. While Ji Hanru had lost rather miserably, Yan Zhaoge's victory had not been a fluke, because he had always appeared to be at ease, making it hard for others to estimate exactly how powerful he was. The Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples could argue that Ji Hanru had not used his full strength, but who could be sure that Yan Zhaoge had not? Of course, thinking of this, everyone felt even more terrified of Yan Zhaoge's strength. It was one thing for Shan Shiweng and the other higher echelon bigwigs to observe the battle between Xikong Qing and Ho Xiang just to avoid awkwardness, at the same time gauging the strength of Broad Creed Mountain's new generation disciples. The younger Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples, on the other hand, were paying close attention to the battle situation, practically even more nervous than Ho Xiang himself in the midst of the battle, urgently hoping that Ho Xiang could defeat Xikong Qing and regain some ground for Infinite Boundless Mountain. A portion of Yan Zhaoge's attention, however, fell on that young boy. He didn't forget that Zhao Ming's retainer had mentioned that the son of the owner of the manor had injured the people of the Iron Yuan sect. The Tai Yuan sect was here for the son of the owner of the manor. Of the victims in the medicinal field, not counting those wearing the robes of the Scarlet Rainbow sect, the others were all people of the manor. Amongst them, the boy's parents were dressed the most luxuriously. Yan Zhaoge even saw a damaged high-grade combat artifact beside the man's corpse. For a small family to possess a high-grade combat artifact, it could be said to be extremely rare. Looking at that boy again, while he had a simple and silly look on his face, his clothes also stained with dust and mud, no longer as clean as before, it could still be seen that his background was different from that of an ordinary person. There was a 90% chance that this child and his parents were the family of the owner of the manor. Then, the problem arose. A child who was only around 10 years old like this, being able to injure a martial practitioner of the Iron Yuan sect? Even if they wanted to frame him, this was also a little too unreliable. Unless, this child really was extraordinary. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change as he held the child's hand, feeling his pulse, carefully checking the condition of the boy's body. The boy raised his head to look blankly at Yan Zhaoge, before lowering his head to look at his parents. This child? Yan Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he asked gently, "Child, what is your name?" While the boy felt a little silly, it could be seen that his parents had always been teaching him diligently. Hearing his words, he answered dazedly, "Han Long, As he raised his head to answer Yan Zhaoge's question, Yan Zhaoge focused on his eyes, his gaze seemingly wanting to peer into Han Long's mind. Han Long shook his head. Also, the martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall rarely walked the extreme path amongst the 6 great sacred grounds. If one were to say that the martial arts of the Sacred Sun clan that were tyrannical as fire were heavy on attack and light on defense, then the martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall could virtually be said to be only on attack and not on defense. Smelly and hard Infinite Boundless Mountain was a criticism of Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners as being as smelly and hard as a stone in a latrine pit, also describing their martial arts as being relatively heavy and heavy, lacking in nimbleness as compared to the martial arts of the other sacred grounds. Of the legacies of the 6 great sacred grounds, it was publicly acknowledged that Infinite Boundless Mountain's martial practitioners were the most proficient in frontal attacks, but their movement techniques were the weakest. Slippery Turbid Wave Pavilion referred to the style of Turbid Wave Pavilion's martial arts, habitually using softness to overcome hardness. Turbid Wave Pavilion's martial arts technique of borrowing force and dispersing force could practically be hailed as the #1 martial arts in the 8 extremities world. Its defensive abilities were renowned alongside Infinite Boundless Mountain's, one soft, one hard, while its movement techniques also specialized in short-distance movement, being extremely nimble. As for the final, most vicious is none other than Jade Sea City. It referred to Jade Sea City's martial arts, habitually unleashing hidden forces, resembling the surging undercurrents at the bottom of the sea, formless and undetectable. Jade Sea City's famed peak martial art, the Jade Sea Formless Sword, was even more so a formless sword. As its sword intent expanded, the enemy felt as though they were within the sea. The sword chi was formless yet omnipresent, pervasive. As soon as it entered one's body, it would be like maggots in one's bones, hard to get rid of, as it was labeled by people outside of Jade Sea City as sinister. Zhao Ming laughed. This Jade Sea Formless Sword is not just cursed by first-rate and second-rate powers. The other 5 great sacred grounds, our clan included, also deeply detest it. Holding Han Long's hand, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, who doesn't have some supreme martial arts that others deeply detest? Feng Yunxing nodded. It is precisely so. Glancing at Jing Yunji, Yan Zhaoge sighed to himself, handing Han Long over to Feng Yunxing for her to take care of. Jing Yunji had acted in a righteous manner, but in the end, she had been implicated in the burning of the medicinal field that her clan had painstakingly managed, with even those of the Scarlet Rainbow sect having perished. While this junior apprentice sister of his was rather understanding and reasonable, asking her to help take care of a child now would inevitably be a little unreasonable. While Feng Yunxing found Yan Zhaoge's actions a little strange, she did not ask about it, smiling as she took Han Long's hand. Han Long was dazed, his gaze still lingering on the corpses of his parents. Father, mother, why aren't they awake? Feng Yunxing sighed within her heart, her gaze growing increasingly gentle. Meanwhile, on the other side, a victor was also gradually being decided between Qing and Ho Xiang. Qing executed the great heaven-earth sword of the 8 extreme arts of Broad Creed Mountain's direct lineage martial art, defeating strength with strength, accumulating her advantage bit by bit. The great heaven-earth sword, attacking and defending as one, seemed simple and clumsy, but was actually intricate to the extreme, encompassing all phenomena, majestic and grand to the extreme, truly being the essence of Broad Creed Mountain sword Tao. The Big Dipper sword went from complexity to simplicity, while the great heaven-earth sword hid complexity within simplicity. At this moment, Qing displayed the flare of the great heaven-earth sword to its fullest, her advantage expanding unceasingly, finally resembling a rolling snowball as she gained the upper hand the more they fought, leaving Ho Xiang completely unable to find a chance to turn the tables around. Zhao Ming glanced at Yan Zhaoge beside him. Similarly clashing head-on, Yan Zhaoge's style was fast and decisive, resembling the speed of wind and lightning, victory and defeat being decided in an instant. Meanwhile, Qing's style was more dignified and upright. While it wasn't as shocking and eye-catching, it was stable as Mount Tai. The young girl was even more stable and robust than her opponent, the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioner, firmly grasping the advantage within her hands. While Ho Xiang was still barely holding on, looking at it now, it gave people the feeling that his defeat was only a matter of time, with virtually no one feeling that he had any hope of turning the tables around. However, as compared to Qing, Yan Zhaoge gave off a feeling of unfathomable depth, causing people to be completely unable to guess just where exactly his limits were. Junior apprentice sister Qing's current style of fighting seems stable, but her own sword intent is unceasingly surging forward, not showing any signs of lethargy at all. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, looking in another direction. There, yet another group of infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners appeared. One of them bore some resemblance to the Zhao Ming beside Yan Zhaoge. It was clearly the Zhao Hao who had disappeared after the Battle of the Eastern Tang. Yan Zhaoge swept his gaze over Zhao Hao. Oh. Not having to intentionally breathe in and out, there's a stream of qi slowly flowing around his body. Is that the acupoints of his body have already been opened, the acupoints automatically taking in qi? He's already a martial scholar, and also already at the peak of the early inner aura martial scholar realm. He'll be able to open all of his acupoints very soon, stepping into the mid-inner aura martial scholar realm. His speed is pretty fast. Yan Zhaoge, on the other hand, wasn't too surprised. Although more than half a year ago, Zhao Hao had only just broken through from the 8th level of the body refinement realm, the mid-qi directing stage, to the 9th level of the body refinement realm, the late qi directing stage. Afterwards, he had entered the minute refinement realm, then broken through the heavenly chasm of the martial scholar realm, achieving the inner aura martial scholar realm. Jumping 3 levels within a short period of time, it had truly shocked the world. However, Yan Zhaoge knew Zhao Hao's foundation. With his previous life's cultivation and experience, now that he had been reborn, it was only natural that he would improve rapidly in his initial stages. There were only some cultivation that required painstaking, slow, and painstaking effort. Zhao Hao would inevitably have to spend some time on it. Other than that, all the bottlenecks that had to do with comprehension, to him who had been reborn, were basically as easy as walking on flat ground. The problems that others would be stuck at for a long time, needing to ponder over, were all nothing to Zhao Hao. Although he had been reborn, as long as he constantly grasped the current situation of his body, there were also no barriers to knowledge. Therefore, Zhao Hao's rapid progress in the body refinement realm and the martial scholar realm was completely within Yan Zhaoge's predictions. Yan Zhaoge had also known that Zhao Hao had accompanied the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners in leaving the Eastern Tang previously. However, Yan Zhaoge had not expected that Zhao Hao would appear at Cloud Portent Mountain. Chapter 129. Qing's advantage had already accumulated to the point where it was hard to reverse. As long as she did not act foolishly, not being careless, victory was already within her grasp. The cold girl's zeal towards the martial Tao surpassed many people's imaginations. Currently focused on the match, she naturally would not underestimate her opponent. Therefore, Ho Xiang's defeat was already destined. As the sword in Sikong Qing's hand sent his spirit artifact short axe flying, Ho Xiang stood where he was, his face flushed red. The other infinite boundless mountain disciples also had no face. Ji Hanru and Ho Xiang were both elites of infinite boundless mountain's younger generation, but in the end, they had both been defeated by Broad Creed mountain disciples. And in terms of age, Ho Xiang was older than Sikong Qing, while Ji Hanru was older than Yan Zhaoge. Especially when Ji Hanru was older than Yan Zhaoge by more than a year or two. Strictly speaking, the two were not even opponents of the same age. Logically speaking, Ji Hanru should have obtained a complete victory. Zhao Hao was currently also dressed in black, in the attire of an infinite boundless mountain disciple. However, he did not even glance at his fellow disciple Ho Xiang. Instead, it was Sikong Qing who caused his gaze to pause for a moment. However, the next moment, Zhao Hao's gaze shifted to Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Zhao Hao. Within his gaze, he could not see the arrogance and disdain from before, but it was also definitely not gentle, instead being as sharp as a sword. Ha, now I don't have to give face to Uncle Zhao. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly, his gaze suddenly turning cold and sharp. His gaze was like lightning, the air seemingly trembling slightly, piercing Zhao Hao's eyes to the point of pain. In mid-air, Elder Zhua snorted, a late outer aura martial scholar trying to show off his might against an early inner aura martial scholar. This heavy, cold snort of his was condensed to the point of being tangible, pressuring down towards Yan Zhaoge like a mountain peak. Fu Enshu similarly snorted coldly from the side, first take care of your disciple's eyes. Unbridled provocation, does he think that no one can take care of him? As her words resounded, that mountain peak pressuring down towards Yan Zhaoge mightily shattered, disappearing without a trace. Looking straight at Elder Zhua, Fu Enshu said slowly, speaking of showing off his might, your disciple, just now, was only at the early Xiantian stage, fighting the late outer aura Zhaoge, right? Her words had always been like a torrential storm. At this moment, she suddenly spoke softly and slowly, which made her even more infuriating. On the ground, looking at Zhao Hao, Zhao Ming sighed, 16th brother, with your talent, even without inheriting the throne, you could still enter my Broad Creed mountain, receiving the clan's focused grooming. If you represented Broad Creed Mountain in helping Infinite Boundless Mountain solve the huge problem of the giant spirit magnetite vein, Infinite Boundless Mountain would owe him, Broad Creed Mountain, a huge favor. If the two sides cooperated afterwards, Broad Creed Mountain would definitely hold a huge advantage. Also, this would not require Broad Creed Mountain to pay anything of substance, the giant spirit magnetite vein was Infinite Boundless Mountain's. Chapter 130. Shan Shiweng also looked at Zhao Hao. Has your plan been perfected? Zhao Hao said, at least we can restore this giant spirit magnetite vein to 70% of its former heyday. As these words were spoken, the spirits of all the infinite boundless mountain martial practitioners were greatly boosted. At present, the giant spirit magnetite vein of Cloud Portent Mountain only had about 40% of its production at its peak. For the sake of security, Infinite Boundless Mountain restricted their mining, only about 20 to 30% of what it had been in the past. Regarding the matter of the giant spirit magnetite, the degree of urgency Infinite Boundless Mountain felt could be seen from this. Zhao Hao was confident that he could restore the giant spirit magnetite vein to 70%. It seemed like it was still far from 100%, but it had already nearly doubled the current level. How could Shan Shiweng and the others not be moved? Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, I have two methods. One can restore it to 70%, the other to 90%. Hearing his words, Zhao Hao knit his brows slightly, gazing at Yan Zhaoge. The crowd immediately quieted down. Shan Shiweng, the left elder, and the mystic stone elder looked at each other. The problem that had plagued Infinite Boundless Mountain for so many years, not only could it be solved by Yan Zhaoge, there was even more than one way to solve it. First, not mentioning that method of recovering 70%, if he could really recover 90%, nearing his peak condition, that would be too terrifying, even completely surpassing Infinite Boundless Mountain's expectations. And the 20% advantage over Zhao Hao just so happened to surpass Infinite Boundless Mountain's bottom line. If Yan Zhaoge's method only had an 80% chance of success, then Infinite Boundless Mountain might still choose Zhao Hao. After all, Zhao Hao was a disciple of their clan. Choosing to listen to Broad Creed Mountain's Yan Zhaoge, there was the possibility of being controlled by others. However, 90 against 70, this caused Infinite Boundless Mountain to hesitate. Especially because of the Great Fire just now, Yan Zhaoge had accurately judged the reason for the vein's weakening, something that Zhao Hao had not been able to do. The reason why those of Infinite Boundless Mountain had doubts towards Zhao Hao's method was because they felt that even though Zhao Hao had proposed a method, he still had the feeling of knowing the way but not knowing why. Before Shan Shirweng had left Infinite Boundless Mountain, the higher echelons of the clan, Infinite Boundless Mountain's chief included, had already discussed various possibilities, coming up with plans to deal with them. Therefore, the current situation was not to the extent that he was at a loss of ideas, and there was no need for him to specifically ask for instructions. A plan on paper is not enough to be relied on. We still need to see the concrete results, Shan Shirweng said in a deep voice. Is it convenient for the two of you to reveal the specific situation? Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Practical testing surpasses empty words. I also agree with this point. My method produces instant results. I can completely verify it right now and produce results on the spot. Although it doesn't immediately achieve the desired effect, I can already make a rough estimate based on the recovery progress. The final concrete effect can also be tested through the passage of time. During this period of time, I will also remain at Cloud Portent Mountain to observe the effects. Shan Shirweng and the others were slightly taken aback. Unexpectedly, Zhao Hao coldly said, "My method is also very effective." Looking at Yan Zhaoge, there was clearly some doubt within his gaze. He had only managed to recover the giant spirit magnetite vein by chance when he had unearthed some remnant remains of the giant spirit sect of pre-Great Calamity times and learned of the method to restore it. He had not thought much of it before. What did the life and death of Infinite Boundless Mountain have to do with him? Now that he was going to stand out in Infinite Boundless Mountain, it just so happened to be put to good use. However, to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein to 90%, he also did not have the confidence to do so. After the Golden Needle liberating pill technique and the Heavenly Abyss reverse flow art dispelling the miasma chi in the Sealing Dragon Abyss, Zhao Hao would no longer underestimate Yan Zhaoge now. Yan Zhaoge claiming to be able to restore the vein to 90%, Zhao Hao, who had continuously suffered losses at his hands, was currently indeed somewhat doubtful. However, this also caused his hatred towards Yan Zhaoge to grow more and more obvious. In the Eastern Tang, it was you who continuously spoiled my plans. Now, in Infinite Boundless Mountain, it is you who obstructs my path to ascension. Yan Zhaoge, Broad Creed Mountain, it is indeed still best if you are destroyed. Zhao Hao had always been arrogant and haughty, regarding no one else. In the end, he had suffered at Yan Zhaoge's hands time and time again. Initially, he had found Yan Zhaoge to be an eyesore because of Broad Creed Mountain. Now, however, his hatred towards Yan Zhaoge had already surpassed his hatred towards Broad Creed Mountain. Shan Shirweng and Elder Zhuo both looked towards the Magnetite Elder. After pondering for a moment, the Magnetite Elder nodded. With this old man watching over it, we can try. It will not affect the entire vein. Since that is so, let's see the methods of the two of you. Shan Shirweng's gaze swept across Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Hao. Who will go first? While Zhao Hao had become wary of Yan Zhaoge, his own arrogance had not lessened in the slightest as he said calmly, "A guest from afar, he can go first." That's why it is said that personality determines destiny. Glancing at Zhao Hao, Yan Zhaoge did not decline as he smiled and nodded, I'm fine with anything. Since that is so, let me try first. There would naturally be people in charge of dealing with the aftermath here, while Yan Zhaoge's group descended the mountain and returned to the basin where the magnetite vein was located. Most of them remained outside the vein, with only a small portion being allowed to accompany them, entering the depths of the vein together. Yan Zhaoge came to where the pith of the vein was, with Infinite Boundless Mountain's magnetite elder accompanying him. Where the other party's fist intent passed, the vein seemed to be enveloped by a formless qi flow, but this did not affect Yan Zhaoge in the slightest. Carefully feeling the state of the pith of the vein as well as the changes in the spiritual qi of the surrounding earth vein once more, Yan Zhaoge grew more and more confident. He estimates that his method can allow the vein to recover to 70%, but is not clear on the specific reason for its deterioration. Then, his method should be the broken vein flowing current technique. After pondering for a moment, Yan Zhaoge made his move. Not knowing the specific situation, the people standing guard outside were inevitably very anxious. After who knew how long, everyone felt as though the ground beneath their feet was shaking slightly. Raising their heads, they saw that in the air above Cloud Portent Mountain, winds were surging and clouds were surging. Streams of spiritual light shot out from within the mine, a dense, heavy spiritual qi abruptly erupting. The Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners all had joyful looks on their faces. They could not be any more familiar with this spiritual qi, it was precisely the aura contained within giant spirit magnetite. Within the vein, carefully feeling the changes in the spiritual qi, a smile instead gradually appeared on Zhao Hao's face. On the other side, after exchanging glances with the magnetite elder and elder Zhou, Shan Shirweng said slowly. You were still holding back. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly, there's no such thing as the current method, as long as it continues, it will be fine. Elder Zhou said indifferently, if it continues, the vein will at most recover to 70%. Fu Enshu also swiveled her head to look at Yan Zhaoge, who smiled unhurriedly, a method to recover 90% might be a little difficult for your clan to accept. Therefore, I will first use a technique that recovers 70% of my strength. This technique is called the penetrating technique. Yan Zhaoge glanced at Zhao Hao, if your clan's disciples' method does not work, then we can just use this method that we are currently carrying out. Zhao Hao was lost in thought as he stared at the pith before him. Shan Shirweng and the others frowned when they saw this. Just as everyone was getting impatient, Zhao Hao suddenly smiled and said, it's my turn. With that, he began to make his move. Because his cultivation was still low, there was also the Mystic Stone Elder's cooperation at the side. The vein shook again, and the Mystic Stone Elder's face gradually revealed joy. This trend, Shan Shirweng, Elder Zhou, and the others were visibly moved as they carefully examined it. Although Zhao Ming hadn't finished, their faces were filled with joy. There's an improvement, and it's not just stopping at 70%. The coverage of the effect has surpassed the previous penetrating technique. At this rate, it's very likely to reach more than 80%. Even if it's not 90%, it's close to it. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. Fu Enshu frowned. The other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners were even more overjoyed. Zhao Hao suddenly swiveled his head, looking at Yan Zhaoge as he said quietly, there's also no need for you to take out that 90% technique of yours. Under the premise that the effects were similar, Infinite Boundless Mountain would be able to resolve the problem themselves. Why would they need to seek Broad Creed Mountain's help? Moreover, as Yan Zhaoge had said, the technique that allowed the vein to recover to 90% still contained other hidden dangers. Chapter 131. Having previously consecutively suffered setbacks at the hands of Yan Zhaoge and Sikong Qing, the group of Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples had lost all face. Victory and defeat were one thing, but after having suffered a loss at Yan Zhaoge's hands, they still had to rely on him to help restore their giant spirit magnetite vein, making things even more difficult for Ji Hanru and the others. Even if he wanted to get back at her in the future, he felt a little short of breath. Although Zhao Hao wasn't all that well liked, it was at least an infinite boundless mountain disciple who came out on top, causing the stifled feelings in everyone's hearts to instantly ease. He said that he has 2 techniques, but who knows if he was just bluffing, raising the chips for his broad creed mountain, and actually only having this one method. An infinite boundless mountain disciple said hatefully. Even if he didn't, even if he had another way, it would be useless. Another person at the side revealed a smile. The method provided by our sex disciple allowed the mind to recover by more than 80%, close to 90%. It's not any worse than his method. Since that's the case, why should we ask for help from an outsider? The surrounding infinite boundless mountain disciples all nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. This Yan Zhaoge has made the wrong move this time. Ji Hanru's expression was stern, not being too happy. After all, he had truly lost to Yan Zhaoge, and now needed a new disciple to help the clan regain its face. However, as one of the leading figures of Infinite Boundless Mountain's younger generation, if he wanted to regain his face, he could only do so by personally defeating Yan Zhaoge in the future. However, the giant spirit magnetite vein could be restored, and also without the help of outsiders. As a disciple of Infinite Boundless Mountain, Ji Hanru heaved a sigh of relief. Fu Enshu had never concealed her emotions. At this moment, her brows were tightly furrowed. Zhao Ming, Jing Yunji, and the others all looked rather worriedly at Yan Zhaoge. Returning without any results this time, even having been defeated by the other party, this would undoubtedly be a huge blow to Yan Zhaoge, who had always had smooth sailing recently. In the following interaction between Broad Creed Mountain and Infinite Boundless Mountain, Broad Creed Mountain would no longer have an advantage, and might even be on the passive side. Infinite Boundless Mountain was divided internally, but even those who were friendly to Broad Creed Mountain would not wholeheartedly help Broad Creed Mountain without reservation. After all, they would always first consider their own Infinite Boundless Mountain's interests. At the end of the day, while the teeth were interdependent without the lips, the first to face the threat of the Sacred Sun clan was still Broad Creed Mountain, with Infinite Boundless Mountain having more room to maneuver. Shan Sherwang was one of Infinite Boundless Mountain's higher echelon bigwigs who were on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain. However, regarding the problem of Cloud Portent Mountain's giant spirit magnetite vein being resolved by his own disciple, he would naturally be happy to see it happen. As for Elder Zhua, who had originally disliked Broad Creed Mountain, he was even happier. He glanced mildly at Yan Zhaoge. At this moment, he was instead more concerned about whether Yan Zhaoge had surpassed Ji Hanru in terms of personal strength. As for the giant spirit magnetite vein, the outcome had already been decided. Elder Zhua was in a bad mood because Zhao Hao would be able to reach the heavens in a single step through this. Thinking of how tight-lipped Zhao Hao was and how he refused to hand over the credit, Elder Zhua's mood turned sour. However, he would be able to get a share of the credit this time. Elder Zhua began to think about how he should operate within the sect. Looking at the myriad lifeforms before him, Yan Zhaoge blinked. He noticed that Zhao Hao's gaze was fixed on him from beginning to end. Seeing Yan Zhaoge look over, Zhao Hao said mildly, "Seeing your piercing detection technique, I modified my original plan, thus achieving an even better effect. It was precisely you who personally caused the current situation." Elder Zhua cupped his hands towards Fu Enshu. "I've let you all come here for nothing, but our clan still owes you a debt of gratitude. Although we did not use the method provided by your clan's disciple Yan Zhaoge, in the entire process, he also made a contribution." Hearing Elder Zhua's feigned magnanimity, Fu Enshu's expression turned even uglier. However, she didn't lose her temper towards Yan Zhaoge, instead staring at Elder Zhua with an increasingly unfriendly gaze. From the looks of it, if not for the 3 bigwigs of Infinite Boundless Mountain being here, she would probably just directly tear down this giant spirit magnetite vein. Zhao Hao gazed at Yan Zhaoge. "Today is only the beginning. You, as well as the Broad Creed Mountain behind you, will ultimately be destroyed at my hands. Not the Sacred Sun clan, not the Heavenly Thunder Hall, not infinite boundless mountain, but me. Although these words were not spoken, paying attention to Zhao Hao's gaze, Yan Zhaoge could vaguely feel the other party's emotions. Whatever trump cards you have, just use them now. It's not like you'll have any offspring if you keep them. Now, Yan Zhaoge suddenly heard Feng Yunsheng send a sound transmission to him from the side. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. What trump cards can I have? Don't you see that my face is being slapped resoundingly by others now? My face has already been thrown all the way from Cloud Portent Mountain all the way back to Broad Creed Mountain. Yan Zhaoge said, and this junior brother Zhao of Infinite Boundless Mountain has become the hero of his clan. You see, the outsider has come to our territory, overbearing, pointing fingers and telling us what to do, while the others of our clan are unable to do anything about it, only able to watch the outsider strut around, a fire stifling within their hearts yet unable to do anything about it. At this time, a young disciple suddenly appeared out of nowhere, turning the tides, allowing his entire clan to hold their heads up high. Not only did he solve the greatest problem that the clan had always been facing, he also slapped the face of the previously complacent outsider swollen, causing him to lose all face, only able to scram with his tail between his legs. And this young disciple who turned the tides thus walked towards the peak of his life, the clan attaching great importance to him, providing him with the best resources as well as the best martial arts manuals to groom and guide him. Right. There might even be beautiful senior and junior apprentice sisters who would fall in love with him because of this. Yan Zhaoge laughed lightly. How is it? This story is very inspiring, right? It's really moving to the extreme. Feng Yunsheng glanced at Yan Zhaoge, looking like she was smiling whilst also not. It sounds weird. How did you think of all these random things? She looked at herself, then looked at Sikong Qing. According to what you said, shouldn't we also add that the girl who originally came together with the outsider, whether her heart was secretly in love, perhaps curious, perhaps unconvinced, but at the end of the day, her heart was tied to this person from then on? Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at her. Oh, how did you know? Just by following that weird train of thought of yours, Feng Yunsheng said a little exasperatedly. Feng Yunsheng said a little exasperatedly, if you have the time to think about these ridiculous thoughts, you'd better think about how to solve the problem at hand. Don't tell me that you really intend to do as you say, having your face slapped swollen, having your face swept to the ground, finally scramming with your tail between your legs? Yan Zhaoge said leisurely, there's a saying that goes like this, explosions are art, justice, faith. His voice was very soft, and Feng Yunsheng did not hear him clearly. What? Before he had finished, the quarry vein that they were in suddenly began shaking intensely. Especially the pith region, which actually gave off a feeling of overturning rivers and overturning seas, as though it was about to completely explode. The magnetite elder was greatly shocked, decisively halting Zhao Hao's broken vein flowing current technique, going all out to suppress the abnormalities in the quarry vein. Chapter 132. The magnetite elder used all his strength to suppress the changes in the giant spirit magnetite vein, but at this moment, the entire mine seemed to be splitting apart. Fortunately, Shan Shiweng and Elder Zhuo were also present. With the three infinite boundless mountain bigwigs acting together, the vein was once again stabilized. And what made the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain want to cry but have no tears was the fact that Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Hao's earlier work had all gone to waste. Elder Zhuo took a deep breath and controlled his emotions. He looked at Zhao Hao and asked in a deep voice, "What's going on?" Zhao Hao frowned as he stared at the giant spirit magnetite vein that seemed to have become completely unfamiliar to him. He didn't have time to answer Elder Zhuo's question. He didn't even care that the changes in the vein had not completely subsided. He touched the marrow in the shaking environment. After a moment, Zhao Hao's expression suddenly darkened. Everything has changed. The broken vein backflow technique is no longer suitable. If it is used, it will destroy the mine again. What exactly is this? Zhao Hao suddenly swiveled his head to look at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge noticed Zhao Hao's gaze on him, but didn't think much of it. He looked at the giant spirit magnetite vein in front of him, and also went forward to carefully inspect the pith area. After a while, Yan Zhaoge shook his head. My piercing scouting technique is also useless. Elder Zhua stared at Zhao Hao. It's an operational error. Can we restart? Or is there something wrong with the method itself? Towards Elder Zhua's question, Zhao Hao remained silent, only staring at Yan Zhaoge. While his understanding of the giant spirit magnetite vein was inferior to Yan Zhaoge's, it was also not shallow, as he vaguely felt that he had been scammed by Yan Zhaoge. It was precisely because Yan Zhaoge's earlier piercing probing technique had not seemed to be affected at all that it had instead boosted the effectiveness of his broken meridian flowing current technique. But in fact, perhaps it was because of the penetrating technique that he had secretly changed the state of the mineral veins. Not only did the broken vein backflow technique fail, but it also almost caused an explosion. Towards Zhao Hao's furious glare, Yan Zhaoge completely ignored it, instead inspecting the pith of the ore with a puzzled look on his face. Such a change is really unexpected. This time, things will be a little difficult to handle. The magnetite elder's face was bitter, and Shan Shiweng also frowned. The gazes of the two of them, as well as Elder Zhua, shifted back and forth between Yan Zhaoge and Zhao Hao somewhat suspiciously. Because of the anomaly of the broken vein flow method just now, the flow of spiritual energy in the mine and the surrounding environment had changed greatly. Although the experts reacted quickly enough and joined forces to suppress the anomaly, all the details had been erased. It was difficult to determine the cause of the current situation. They also vaguely suspected that Yan Zhaoge might have done something to it, but they had no proof. Most importantly, as compared to the already helpless Zhao Hao, the current recovery of the giant spirit magnetite vein still had to depend on Yan Zhaoge. At the end of the day, they still had to rely on this junior of Broad Creed Mountain. This caused Shan Shiweng and the others to feel discouraged. Shan Shiweng coughed dryly. Just now, you mentioned that there's a technique that can restore the vein to 90%? Within Infinite Boundless Mountain, he belonged to the faction that was on good terms with Broad Creed Mountain. Earlier, he had also not opened his mouth to ridicule Yan Zhaoge. Now, he was finally able to ease the atmosphere a little. Elder Zhua and the Mystic Stone Elder were so embarrassed that they kept silent. Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge smiled as he answered, there is indeed another method. However, that is only for the situation of the vein previously. Whether or not it is still suitable now, I will need to investigate it a bit more. Shan Shiweng smiled bitterly as he nodded. Experienced and prudent. Having a son like this, Yan Di is truly gratified. Hearing Shan Shiweng's evaluation of Yan Zhaoge as experienced and prudent, the Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples nearly vomited blood. However, they wanted to retort, yet were unable to do so. Zhao Hao's face was livid as he stood rooted to the spot. How could he not tell that even as Shan Shiweng praised Yan Zhaoge, he was also giving him a warning? Not having enough ability, yet still advancing recklessly. Before the words left his mouth, Zhao Hao could already feel that the gazes of the others currently looking at him were clearly all filled with such criticism. A moment ago, he had still been a hero who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now, he had already fallen from the skies to the bottom of the valley. If he wanted to establish himself in Infinite Boundless Mountain, he would originally have been more beautiful than any of their younger disciples. His first step towards ascension, which could be said to be unprecedented, had directly stepped into thin air. Not only had he not been able to ascend, he had instead fallen and become covered in mud. Although the Mystic Stone Elder had managed to stop the abnormalities of the vein in time to come, irreparable damage had still not been incurred. However, it could be foreseen that his, Zhao Hao's, days in Infinite Boundless Mountain would not be easy. As Zhao Hao's introducer, Elder Zhua similarly heard Shan Shiweng's words, only feeling a fiery pain on his face. As Yan Zhaoge carefully examined the pith of the vein, Feng Yunqing's sound transmission resounded by his ear. It was all within your plans? When I heard that Zhao Hao say that his method could allow the vein to recover to 70%, only then did I completely understand. Yan Zhaoge said, the method that can allow the vein to recover to 70% is the broken vein flowing current technique. The piercing probing technique can actually recover to 80%, but I intentionally suppressed some of its effects. However, no matter which of these two techniques is used first, there would still be a conflict. I have to thank Zhao Hao. Otherwise, it would still be inconvenient for me to let Infinite Boundless Mountain accept the other Thunder Element Revival art. Hearing his words, Feng Yunqing asked, then what if Zhao Hao had made a move first? Wouldn't the one who destroyed the vein then be you? Then I naturally wouldn't have foolishly followed the original plan, directly switching to the backup plan, even though it would have been slightly more troublesome. Yan Zhaoge shrugged, however, personality determines destiny. This junior apprentice brother Zhao didn't let me down. Yan Zhaoge pretended to carefully inspect the pith of the vein, closing his eyes in thought for a while before he looked at Shan Shirwang and said, my second method can still be used. It's just that there is a small problem with this method, it might not be so easy for your clan to accept it. Yan Zhaoge's voice paused for a moment, the effects are clearly better, but the reason why I didn't use it earlier is precisely this. Shan Shirwang asked, now, there's only this method left, right? Yan Zhaoge nodded, at least, other than this, I temporarily have no other methods. After glancing at the silent Zhao Hao, Shan Shirwang said decisively, just say it. Outside of the mountain domain, if a new large-scale giant spirit magnetite vein suddenly appeared, Infinite Boundless Mountain would obtain it no matter what. If the situation forced it, they would even not hesitate to start a war with the other sacred grounds. Infinite Boundless Mountain's current desire for giant spirit magnetite vein had already reached an extremely urgent level. Yan Zhaoge answered, this technique is known as the Thunder Element Revival Art. Thunder Element Revival Art? Hearing this name, the hearts of Shan Shirwang, Elder Zhua, the Magnetite Elder and the other Infinite Boundless Mountain experts all jumped for no reason, as they vaguely had a bad premonition. Yan Zhaoge continued, this technique requires the assistance of a certain item. With a light clap of his hands, who walked up from his side, holding a brocade box with both hands. Opening the brocade box, a purplish-blue jade stone was revealed within. Within the jade stone, streaks of dim blue thunder light flickered, even the rumbling sound of thunder resounding as a human figure seemed to be reflected within. Thunderbolt Soul Jade. Seeing this item, the faces of Shan Shirwang and the others all darkened. At this moment, Elder Zhua could no longer care about face as he raised his head and glared at Yan Zhaoge, your method, must use this thing. Thunderbolt Soul Jade, a supreme treasure unique to the Thunder Domain. Incomparably rare, it was of great use to the Heavenly Thunder Hall. In the eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners, its position was even higher than that of giant spirit magnetite in Infinite Boundless Mountain. Because of its rarity, it was in a state of extreme scarcity where demand far exceeded supply. Scarce to the point that even if Infinite Boundless Mountain wanted to trade with the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would also flatly reject it. If the Sacred Sun clan tried to make use of this to join forces with the Heavenly Thunder Hall to force Infinite Boundless Mountain into an alliance, it would instead provoke the Heavenly Thunder Hall first. In the eyes of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, the other resources of the Eight Extremities world were all incomparable to the Thunderbolt Soul Jade. Looking at the Infinite Boundless Mountain bigwigs who looked like they wanted to eat someone alive, Yan Zhaoge said innocently, therefore, I had never intended to mention this method at all from the start. Our clan has come here to help your clan, promoting the establishment of cooperation between our two clans. While we hope that your clan and Broad Creed Mountain can join forces to stand against the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, intentionally provoking disharmony was unintentional. Chapter 133. Yan Zhaoge's expression was one of sincerity, but it caused the people of Infinite Boundless Mountain to feel like their balls were about to shatter. Wanting the Heavenly Thunder Hall to willingly hand over the Thunderbolt Soul Jade was harder than ascending to the heavens. Unless he took out a sacred artifact to exchange for it. In that case, the Heavenly Thunder Hall would be more than happy to do so. The question was, would Infinite Boundless Mountain be willing to do so? Or perhaps they could just join forces with the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall, breaking Broad Creed Mountain together, then snatching away Broad Creed Mountain's supreme treasure to compensate the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Therefore, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had a martial saint and a sacred artifact, the Sacred Sun Clan had a martial saint and a sacred artifact as well as the Extreme Yin Crown. Broad Creed Mountain had been destroyed. Although they had obtained the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, with only a single sacred artifact to guard their headquarters, how far was Infinite Boundless Mountain from destruction? Shan Shirwang and the others looked at each other, feeling a headache coming on. This is simply coercion. Elder Zwa transmitted his voice angrily. You only know how to play petty tricks. Shan Shirwang said coldly, if it weren't for the person you recommended stirring up such a big mess, our sect wouldn't be so passive. Elder Zwa snorted, even without Zhao Hao, that Yen brat would definitely think of some other way. His understanding of the giant spirit magnetite vein far surpasses ours. At this point, Elder Zwa paused for a moment. He also felt embarrassed. He paused for a moment, then continued, this pit was specially dug for us to jump into. In the end, it was to force our sect to lose the advantage of freedom and initiative, forcing us to choose one of the two sides. The magnetite elder said bitterly, but right now, we have no choice but to be coerced by him. Elder Zwa's eyes flashed fiercely, not necessarily. Since I'm going to have to choose between the two sides, I might as well stand on the side of the Sacred Sun Clan. It beats being threatened by this mere junior of the Broad Creed Mountain Range. Using our clan's full assistance in exchange for the Sacred Sun Clan handing over the Extreme Yin Crown to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, with the Heavenly Thunder Hall providing Thunderbolt Soul Jade to our clan to restore the giant spirit magnetite vein. After destroying Broad Creed Mountain, how much we can obtain will depend on our own abilities. With the Sacred Sun Clan having taken a step further, Turbid Wave Pavilion should not be able to sit still anymore. While Turbid Wave Pavilion does not care about external affairs, they would not be happy to see the Sacred Sun Clan truly rule over the Eight Extremities world. Elder Zwa said in a heavy tone, at that time, we will join forces with Turbid Wave Pavilion and Jade Sea City, balancing the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall once more. Shan Shirwang sighed. The possibilities you speak of are too idealistic. Don't let your anger get the better of you. The premise of your so-called alliance of the three sects to restrain the Grand Sun and the Heavenly Thunder is that the strength of the two sides does not change too much. However, if Huang Guanglie comes out of seclusion, he will most likely improve further. If our sect master cannot become a martial saint, it will be too difficult to resist. Whether it is being friendly to Broad Creed Mountain or the Sacred Sun Clan, the final result is still the rise of our Infinite Boundless Mountain. Shan Shirwang looked at Elder Zwa. I have to admit that the Sacred Sun Clan's current power is great. Joining hands with Broad Creed Mountain to restrict them is the best course of action. Without the lips, the teeth will be cold. If we help the Sacred Sun Clan, it will be very easy for them to sweep through the entire world in the end. Everything is for the benefit of the sect. Now is not the time to be angry like a child. Elder Zwa and Elder Blackstone were silent. They also understood this principle, but being manipulated by a junior like Yen Zhaoge like this really made them feel stifled to the extreme. Shan Shirwang shook his head. Moreover, joining hands with Broad Creed Mountain to resist the Grand Sun Clan has long since been decided upon by the clan. The only difference lies in how to join hands and how to resist. From the looks of it now, sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight while waiting for an opportunity to strike is no longer possible. We have no choice but to truly make a move. The magnetite elder smiled bitterly after a while. The Thunderbolt Mountain of the Heavenly Thunder Hall that produces Thunderbolt Soul Jade is indeed very close to us. Thunderbolt Soul Jade was of utmost importance to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, who also had to guard against enemies suddenly attacking and damaging the vein. But on the other hand, if someone did so, that would be a great enmity. Therefore, the other sacred grounds would not do so lightly. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's defenses were mainly against Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, with their defenses in the direction of Infinite Boundless Mountain being comparatively lower. Shan Sherwang said, "Report back to the clan, and request the chief to make the final decision." Although Infinite Boundless Mountain had previously made preparations for all sorts of possible situations, these did not include directly starting a war with the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If no other external forces intervened and made a move on the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, the intensity of this battle would at least not be lower than the great battle between Broad Creed Mountain and the Grand Sun clan that had just concluded. It was even not impossible for an all-out war to erupt. Such a major matter was naturally not something that Shan Sherwang and the other two could decide on. At the same time, this also involved Infinite Boundless Mountain completely joining the alliance of Broad Creed Mountain and Jade Sea City, the three clans joining hands to resist the Sacred Sun clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If they really wanted to make a move on the Thunderbolt Soul Jade vein, with Jade Sea City suppressing the Thunder Domain from another direction, the Heavenly Thunder Hall not daring to act rashly, making it easier for Infinite Boundless Mountain to advance and retreat. This had originally been in line with Infinite Boundless Mountain's previous general plan, just that they would have to go into battle bare-chested. "Kid, you can do it." Fu Enshu's expression had now turned from cloudy to sunny as she smiled at Yen Zhaoge. Whether it was a coincidence or your meticulous planning, this move was played beautifully. Yen Zhaoge smiled, "Senior apprentice uncle will also have to sit over it. Fortunately, you are not of Infinite Boundless Mountain. Otherwise, if your temper flared up and you acted in a fit of pique, it would also have the opposite effect." Yen Zhaoge naturally did not say the latter half of this sentence. "Other than that, I still have to thank you." Yen Zhaoge glanced at Zhao Hao from the corner of his eye. "You are indeed a good person. If not for Zhao Hao's interference, Infinite Boundless Mountain might not have accepted it so easily." On the surface, it was still Zhao Hao who, other than the Thunder Element Revival Art, had blocked off all other paths of restoring the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein, forcing Infinite Boundless Mountain to only be able to choose this one and only path. And this also caused Shan Sherwang and the others to feel even more despondent and helpless. After Yen Zhaoge's initial demonstration of the Thunder Element Revival Art, the effects were obvious. However, there was also an expected problem. In the process of restoring the Giant Spirit Magnetite vein with the Thunder Element Revival Art, an endless supply of Thunderbolt Soul Jade was required. Although they still had to wait for the clan's final decision, whatever the decision was, with the current situation, if Infinite Boundless Mountain wanted to restore the vein, it would all be thanks to Yen Zhaoge. Therefore, Shan Sherwang and the others could only pinch their noses, expressing their thanks to Fu Enshu and Yen Zhaoge. Due to their statuses, Shan Sherwang and the others could not lower their heads to Yen Zhaoge, instead expressing their thanks to Fu Enshu. As for the other Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners, they had to go express their thanks to Yen Zhaoge. The faces of Ji Hanru and the others were either ashen, or flushed red, as though they were congested with blood. At this point, the beating they had received midway up the mountain earlier could only be considered as having been for naught. They could only break their teeth and swallow their blood. And as compared to Ji Hanru, Ho Xiang had almost been unable to catch his breath, directly fainting. To him, fainting might instead have been a better result. Zhao Hao stood where he was, not moving at all, his entire person resembling a statue. Glancing at him, Yen Zhaoge shrugged, "You are so simple, while I am full of schemes. I really am sorry about that." Not long after, without any prior warning, Infinite Boundless Mountain experts launched a surprise attack on the Thunder Domain's Thunderbolt Mountain, plundering a large amount of Thunderbolt Soul Jade. At the same time, a large number of peak experts of the Water Domain's Jade Sea City suppressed the border of the Thunder and Water Domains, forcing the Heavenly Thunder Hall to not dare to make any rash moves. Broad Creed Mountain stood between Infinite Boundless Mountain and the Sacred Sun Clan, preventing the Sacred Sun Clan from making a move. And as compared to those of the same generation, the higher echelons of the various sects also began re-evaluating Yan Zhaoge, especially the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall. The higher-ups of the sect naturally thought from a different perspective. If one were to say that the matter of the exalted heaven shaker Zhan Dongge in the past was a little distant, Yan Zhaoge's father, Yan Di, was still fresh in their minds. However, the struggles on this level temporarily had nothing to do with Yan Zhaoge. What Yan Zhaoge was currently concerned about was something else. The boy who was saved by Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji seemed to finally understand that his parents would never wake up again. To a child, such a blow was no different from the collapse of the sky. Han Long's somewhat lifeless eyes were filled with confusion and tears. Perhaps he hadn't completely understood the meaning of death, but he already knew that his parents had left him forever. Feng Yunsheng sighed and gently reached out to hold his hand. Unexpectedly, she couldn't pull his hand away. Feng Yunsheng was slightly surprised. She tried to exert more force under her hand, but Han Long flung her hand away forcefully. Feng Yunsheng was not a weak girl. Although she knew when to stop, it was a test just now. The strength she used was not something a 10-year-old child could break free from. In particular, Feng Yunsheng could clearly feel the power that Han Long had unleashed in that instant. Even though she hadn't unleashed her full strength, the area between her thumb and forefinger was numb. This child injured a martial practitioner of the Iron Yuan sect. The Iron Yuan sect and that Ho Xiang came to demand compensation. Their target was not just his parents, but also this child himself, Yan Zhaoge said as he walked over. Since there were no longer anyone of Infinite Boundless Mountain present, Yan Zhaoge had no qualms about speaking. Hearing his words, even Fu Enshu's attention was drawn to him, her gaze falling on Han Long. Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji now realized as well, that's right. When we heard this at the time, we thought that it was the Iron Yuan sect trying to find trouble with him. But from the looks of it now, there seems to be something strange about this child. Fu Enshu's gaze seemed tangible as it enveloped Han Long. Frowning, Han Long swiveled his head to look at Fu Enshu with his big eyes. Fu Enshu let out a light sound of surprise. Instead of being angry, what keen senses. With her cultivation base, while it was just a visual inspection, generally speaking, low-level martial practitioners would not only be unable to stop it, they would even find it hard to detect. Yet, Han Long was able to sense it. This was enough to show that other than his inconceivably great strength, his sensory abilities were also extraordinary. Body like Vajra, heart like a clear mirror. This child's innate talent is really too good. Fu Enshu clicked her tongue in praise, even more like a divine object concealing itself, not revealing it to the outside world normally. Not revealing it himself, even I had misjudged him earlier. Yan Zhaoge said, his innate tendons and bones like dragons and elephants, his clear mind like divine. I once read in ancient texts that this is the Big Dipper body, a top-notch physique for cultivating in martial arts. This is the first time such a thing has been discovered after the Great Calamity. Hearing this, Zhao Ming asked somewhat hesitantly, but this child seems a little slow. If he cultivates in martial arts, will he be able to do it? Yan Zhaoge smiled. Relax, he might be slow in other areas, but in martial arts, his mind is definitely faster than most people in this world. Saying thus, he walked behind Han Long, his finger lightly drawing a line as Han Long's clothes split apart, revealing his back. The sharpness of Yan Zhaoge's sword qi could be retracted and retracted as he wished. Cutting apart someone's clothes or writing on the surface of their clothes, the other party wouldn't be able to detect it at all. However, Han Long's body clearly made a forward evasive motion, causing Fu Enshu and the others to repeatedly nod their heads at this. Han Long-er's reaction was within Yan Zhaoge's predictions, having taken it into account when he had struck out with his sword, still successfully breaking apart Han Long-er's clothes. On Han Long-er's back, 36 small dots could vaguely be seen, resembling bruises on his skin. However, within these bruises, a faint golden color could be seen. 36 small dots, precisely matching the number of Big Dipper bodies, vaguely manifesting the shape of a dragon, vivid and lifelike, possessing extraordinary might. Seeing this, Fu Henshu was completely at ease as she laughed towards the heavens. The strength of his innate physique, even if not the strongest in this world, can be counted on one's fingers. Those infinite boundless mountain people who don't know their stuff, just wait to regret it. Yan Zhaoge looked at Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji, ask this child what he's called, and only say Han Long-er, that should be his nickname. Do you know his real name? Jing Yunji said, according to what his mother said, husband and wife had a son in their old age, but he seemed a little silly. Therefore, their heart ached for him even more, fearing that he wouldn't be able to survive, so they first gave him the nickname of Han Long-er, not having a real name. If it's a surname, it's Ing. Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu, I've overstepped my bounds. Yan Zhaoge said, as Fu Henshu nodded. Originally, his master should have bestowed a name upon him, but if not for you, our clan might have missed out on him. It's up to you then. Yan Zhaoge looked at the dragon pattern on Han Long-er's back. Let's call him Ing Longtu then. Chapter 135. The former Han Long-er, the current Ing Longtu, was already alone. Brought along by Zhao Ming and Jing Yunji, not revealing anything, they left the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent territory, returning to the Heaven Domain's North Heaven region before secretly sending him back to Broad Creed Mountain. Because of Yan Zhaoge, Infinite Boundless Mountain had naturally kept the matter quiet regarding the earlier matter with the Iron Yuan sect. Infinite Boundless Mountain had also vaguely sensed Ing Longtu's extraordinariness, but it wasn't good for them to pursue it now. Perhaps they were also curious about the abnormality of Ing Longtu's earlier injuries, but unable to grasp any more information, unable to accurately judge, they also didn't want to cause any more trouble over it. And having safely sent Ing Longtu back to Broad Creed Mountain, Yan Zhaoge's attention returned to that Yin Yang Cloud Spring halfway up Cloud Portent Mountain. Regarding Feng Yunqing's recovery of her extreme Yin physique, Broad Creed Mountain was currently still in a state of strict secrecy. Infinite Boundless Mountain also had a maiden of extreme Yin. If they knew about it, it would be hard to say what thoughts they might have. Therefore, when Fu Henshu had suggested borrowing the Yin Yang Cloud Spring, she had used the excuse that it was still a junior disciple cultivating, with Yan Zhaoge and Sikong Qing covering for Feng Yunqing together. Fu Henshu had a straightforward temper, but she wasn't a fool. Initially, other than having Sikong Qing as a personal tutor, she had also considered this. However, she wouldn't have thought that with the help of the Yin Yang Cloud Spring, Yan Zhaoge would really have some gains. The Yin Yang Cloud Spring had several springs, independent yet also connected. Yan Zhaoge, Feng Yunqing and Sikong Qing each occupied one, not affecting the other. Completely immersed in the spring water, Yan Zhaoge silently breathed in and out. Within his Dantian's qi ocean, a mass of clear qi roiled unceasingly. As the clear qi dispersed, a chaotic mass of qi appeared. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body pulsed, a white cold qi and a crimson hot qi, resembling numerous white dragons and crimson dragons, swimming within Yan Zhaoge's meridians. The auras of ice and fire that resembled dragons intermingled, congregating within the chaotic mass of qi. The chaotic mass of qi first swelled, then, accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's breathing, returned to its original state, as though nothing had changed in the slightest. However, the concept of limitless and infinite, containing all things within, seemed even more evident. Within the chaotic qi mass was a fire seed, one bright and one dim, flickering with specks of red light as it flickered unceasingly. It was the crystallization of the sacred heavenly fire scripture that Yan Zhaoge had obtained. Accompanied by Yan Zhaoge's breathing, this fire seed gradually began to undergo changes. The blazing power gradually subsided until there was no longer any heat. Then, it started to become cold. After a long period of incubation, the fire seed disappeared and was replaced by a small ice crystal. Although the ice crystal was small, it contained an extreme coldness, as if it came from the primordial past, or the future where the world was heading towards its end. In the extreme cold, all life no longer existed, only silence. After that, the temperature of the ice crystals in the mass of primal chaos chi began to rise continuously. The cold subsided, and warmth reappeared. In the end, the temperature rose higher and higher, as if it was hotter than the sun. The ice crystals disappeared, and the fire seed reappeared. Like this, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, but a radiance seemed to gradually light up before his eyes, growing brighter and brighter. Although he couldn't see or smell anything, the surrounding world was getting clearer and clearer. Compared to before, when he used his eyes to see and his ears to listen, he understood it even more clearly. It was as if he had seen the truth. Other than giving pointers to Feng Yunsheng, Yan Zhaoge continued to focus on his cultivation day after day. Making good use of external objects, placing most importance on himself, Yan Zhaoge had never relaxed in his cultivation, even working far harder than others. Just like this, close to half a year passed. One day, above Yan Zhaoge's head, a spiritual light suddenly appeared indistinctly, piercing straight into the horizon. That was not a light that truly existed, instead having the feeling of being connected to the heavens and the earth. Within his dantian, within the mass of primal chaos chi, the alternation between the fire seed and the ice crystal came to a halt, the fire seed no longer changing as it was buried deep within the chaos. The clear chi suffused the area, concealing and enveloping the chaos, before streams of aura chi expanded outwards from the clear chi, spreading throughout Yan Zhaoge's limbs and bones. The acupoints of Yan Zhaoge's entire body shuddered, aura chi erupting outwards. The streams of chi were spirited and lively, resembling rocks that had been infused with life, possessing their own spirituality. Xiantian martial scholar, succeeded. Feeling something, Hu, who was standing guard outside, walked in. Yan Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light shooting out as he looked at Hu. Hu was taken aback for a moment, before he grinned widely, smiling in a flattering manner. Young master is young master indeed, what a sufficient essence, chi, and spirit, most early Xiantian martial scholars do not have such a thing. Hu, your expression is too fake, you still need to continue practicing. Emerging from the spring, Yan Zhaoge stretched his muscles, smiling, I've finally stepped into the Xiantian martial scholar realm. Hu grinned, young master don't look like you've used a long time, okay? From the late inner aura stage to the early Xiantian stage, you only used a little over a year's time. Infinite Boundless Mountain thinks that they are praising you to death, but from what I see, they are still underestimating you too much. Yan Zhaoge smiled, not speaking. Because he had never had the chance to come into contact with it before, Yan Zhaoge himself also did not know about it. In his previous life, only after browsing through the scriptures stored within the divine palace had Yan Zhaoge discovered that he was like a fish in water in this world of martial practitioners, his comprehension ability in the area of martial cultivation being extremely high. Rather than saying that it was a hidden talent, it might as well be said that he seemed to have been born to do this. In this life, having laid down his foundations for a long time, it should be time for him to advance by leaps and bounds. If not for the fact that he wanted to avoid being too shocking and arousing suspicion, his speed would have been even faster. After coming to this world, his long period of preparation and accumulation had not been wasted. Having reached the Xiantian stage, many things can also be done. Smiling, Yan Zhaoge took out his internal crystal furnace. Opening its lid, the dim blue light of fire flickered. It was precisely the leaf flame true fire. The original seed of the leaf flame true fire, after having been nurtured, had already begun to show some form. Other than this internal crystal furnace of Yan Zhaoge's, the internal crystal furnace which he had left with his father at the clan also contained the leaf flame true fire. Yen Zhaoge activated the internal crystal furnace with a unique method, the numerous spirit patterns on its surface lighting up with a bright light. Ah Hu, bring over those 2 low-grade spirit artifacts from Yen Su earlier. Yen Zhaoge said, and Ah Hu hurriedly did as he was told, taking out the 2 low-grade spirit artifacts, a soft armor and a belt, and handing them over to Yen Zhaoge. These 2 spirit artifacts had both had their foundations damaged by Shirtai back then, being virtually completely destroyed. It was only because Yen Zhaoge had preserved them with a secret technique that they had been left behind. However, their vitality had still been greatly damaged, and it would be hard for them to regain their former appearance. Whether or not a spirit artifact can be forged is a huge dividing line for the value of the internal crystal furnace. Yen Zhaoge threw the soft armor and the belt into the internal crystal furnace together. Now, I can first use these 2 things to practice. Ah Hu's eyes shone, young master, spirit artifacts that have been damaged to this extent can also be repaired. Chapter 136. One of the biggest regrets of the last book was that it was published in the middle of the month and missed the monthly list of new books. Therefore, no matter what, this book had to compete for the new book monthly ticket list. I can make a preview here. I'm trying my best to accumulate ammunition and wait for the May 1st strike. I hope that everyone can prepare more ammunition so that we can fight side by side. Yen Zhaoge carefully adjusted the internal crystal furnace, occasionally instructing Ah Hu to throw in some supplementary materials before carefully controlling it. Spirit artifacts, even damaged ones, also had their own profundities within. Yen Zhaoge tempering them was also not something that could be done within a short period of time. Especially during this process, Yen Zhaoge was still carefully pondering over the profundities within, comparing it with his own methods of controlling the internal crystal furnace as well as his various knowledge of artifact forging. As time passed, the internal crystal furnace glowed brightly, and the soft armor was the first to be repaired. Yen Zhaoge guided it with his aura qi, the soft armor rising from within the furnace. At the side, Ah Hu took a closer look and saw that from the outside, the soft armor was completely undamaged. However, if he carefully sensed it, he could feel that the spirituality within it was still not as good as a low-grade spiritual weapon. However, it was still incomparable to a high-grade precious weapon. Next, the belt was also repaired, and the situation was similar to the soft armor. Ah Hu clicked his tongue in admiration. Young master, even so, it's still amazing. After all, it wasn't far from being completely destroyed. If it's used on living beings, it's almost like reviving the dead. After carefully appraising it for a moment, Yen Zhaoge nodded, having recovered to this state, it's enough. Having said that, he waved his hand, and the soft armor and belt sank back into the internal crystal furnace. Staring fixedly at the internal crystal furnace, Yen Zhaoge said to Ah Hu at the same time, Ah, quickly hand over the thing I asked you to safeguard earlier. Ah Hu woke up and quickly took out a huge crystal. The crystal was in the shape of a shuttle, about 2 feet long, and as thick as a human arm. Receiving the crystal, Yen Zhaoge placed it within the internal crystal furnace. Carefully controlling the internal crystal furnace, he then received a specially made pouch from Ah Hu. Opening the bag, a scorching aura immediately rushed out, as if it was even hotter and more intense than the flames. Looking through the opening of the bag, it was a sea of red. It looked like flames, rocks, and flowing water. The existence that resembled lava was precisely the precious treasure that Yen Zhaoge had specially entrusted Yen Di to bring back from the fire domain, the underground fire pith. This thing was incomparably rare and precious, an extremely scarce resource in the fire domain. The Sacred Sun clan had basically forbidden it from being sold outside. In terms of usefulness, the Sacred Sun clan valued the underground fire pith, not as much as the Heavenly Thunder Hall valued the Thunderbolt Soul Jade or Infinite Boundless Mountain valued the Giant Spirit Magnetite. However, the production of underground fire pith was too low. If not for Broad Creed Mountain counterattacking into the fire domain this time, it would be very difficult for Yan Zhaoge to obtain this underground fire pith through any other channels. After pouring the underground fire pith into the internal crystal furnace, Yan Zhaoge controlled the internal crystal furnace even more carefully, while the internal crystal furnace also began shaking intensely. After a long time, a ray of treasure light suddenly rushed out. Yan Zhaoge clapped, "Good. Underground splitting shuttle, done." By the side, Ahu looked rather curiously at the internal crystal furnace. Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. It is not a spirit artifact, but it is extremely difficult to forge it, requiring the sacrifice of spirit artifacts as materials. I can't bear to part with intact things like the Jade Dragon Sword and the Radiant Sun Wheel. It can't be that I can use your Black Nightmare armor, right? Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. Naturally, those two damaged goods would be even better if they were recycled. Right, counting the days, it should be about time for the Cloud Array Spirit Flower to mature. Yan Zhaoge said, "Let's go. We'll concoct the heaven-returning divine pill for Grand Master's injuries." This final main ingredient has finally been obtained. In coming to the mountain domain this time, other than the unexpected surprise of Han Long, Yan Zhaoge had originally planned on having 3 targets. The first 2 were Infinite Boundless Mountains Giant Spirit Magnetite Vein and Cloud Portent Mountains Yin Yang Cloud Spring. The third target was the Cloud Array Spirit Flower. This flower was extremely rare, but also not valued highly by the people of this world, because it did not have much use. However, to Yan Zhaoge, it was an important material for his Grand Master, Yuan Zhengfeng, to concoct medicine. What gratified Yan Zhaoge was that after the Great Calamity, the Cloud Array Spirit Flower had not gone extinct. It had finally been found in the East Strangling Snow Mountains where the Mountain Domain and the Thunder Domain intersected. It was just that when it had just been found, it had not bloomed yet. Therefore, Yan Zhaoge had still remained at Cloud Portent Mountain to cultivate. Now that the flower had finally bloomed, he had set off for the East Strangling Snow Mountains. After Infinite Boundless Mountain had plundered the Thunderbolt Soul Jade from the Heavenly Thunder Hall, their relationship having broken down, and after Infinite Boundless Mountain and Broad Creed Mountain had officially become allies, Yan Zhaoge had also given Infinite Boundless Mountain a way out of this embarrassing situation, completely publicizing the secret art of the Thunder Element Revival art. Without him having to personally control it, Infinite Boundless Mountain martial practitioners could also execute it. Before leaving, he naturally had to report this to Fu Enshu. Fu Enshu did not ask about Yan Zhaoge's purpose in coming here, only nodding simply, "Our clan and Infinite Boundless Mountain have already come to an agreement, and have also made preparations. You do not have to worry about martial grandmasters assassinating you. However, you have to be on guard against their martial scholars making a move. The time for the new Heavenly Connection meet is already nearing, and it has been decided to be held in the Lake Domain. Since you have decided to participate, after settling your own matters, you can directly head to the Lake Domain, meeting up with the others of the clan on the way." Yan Zhaoge nodded, "I understand. Rest easy, Senior Apprentice Aunt Fu." Saying thus, he took his leave. Fu Enshu stood with her hands behind her back. After who knew how long, Feng Yunsheng and Sikong Qing also walked out of the Yin Yang Cloud Spring. "Zhaoge said that he has no romantic feelings towards you. Then, Yunsheng, do you feel anything for him?" Fu Enshu suddenly asked mildly. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback for a moment before she said straightforwardly, "Other than gratitude, I also admire Senior Apprentice Brother Yan very much, always having some kind of anticipation towards him. Although he is still young, I indeed have this inexplicable feeling, as though there is nothing that he cannot do. Although he seems a little unreliable, he is actually very reliable, and it is also very relaxing to be together with him, making me very happy to be together with him." Although her life experience far surpassed that of her peers, Feng Yunsheng, who was still a novice when it came to matters of the heart, was still a little hard to describe her grasp of her own thoughts. She laughed self-deprecatingly. "I feel that it shouldn't have reached the level of romantic feelings, right? It indeed hasn't. Fu Enshu said mildly, when you are together, being happy to interact with him, always thinking of him, this is actually still nothing much. If, from a certain moment onwards, after you have separated, you still think of him, at that time, you will have to be on your guard. Feng Yunxing blinked, very sensibly not asking herself why she had to be on her guard. Fu Enshu looked at Xikong Qing. Xikong, what do you think of Zhaoge? Xikong Qing thought very seriously for a moment before answering, I admire him very much, and am also very curious. The matter of the Eastern Tang, the matter of Cloud Portent Mountain this time, I admire him very much, but I admire him the most for returning to the mountain this time, using the Big Dipper sword to defeat senior apprentice brother Lu Wen. That year, others all said that while he was young and hot-blooded, easily broken when he was tough, he was able to create an exquisite sword art, which was worthy of praise. However, as I see it, he retreated in the face of difficulties, grasping the light and fearing the heavy. In the Eastern Tang, he already made people look at him in a new light. This time, returning to the mountain and using the Big Dipper sword to defeat senior apprentice brother Lu, I admire him even more. Hearing her words, Fu Enshu gazed into the distance, muttering to herself in an almost inaudible voice, Shuechu Qing, I am even more unresigned now. As Feng Yunsheng and the other two were discussing him, Yan Zhaoge had already set off. After a long journey, he arrived at the eastern border of the mountain domain's Cloud Portent territory, the east strangling snow mountains already appearing before his eyes. Above the snowline of the mountain range was a layer of pure white snow that never melted all year round. Here, strange beasts often roamed. The advance party should have already arrived, right? Yan Zhaoge asked. Ah Hu answered, they arrived a while ago. As he said this, Ah Hu's expression suddenly changed slightly. Yan Zhaoge's brows also knit as he quickened his pace. Ascending a snowy peak, he saw a group of people currently standing at its peak. Two black-clothed martial practitioners lay on the ground, hands on their chests, blood leaking from the corners of their mouths. Seeing that Yan Zhaoge had arrived, looks of shame appeared on their faces. Young master. Yan Zhaoge nodded towards them, Ah Hu moving forward to protect them. The gazes of the group of people opposite them also fell on Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu. Sweeping his gaze over their attire, Yan Zhaoge instantly laughed coldly. Chapter 137. There were talisman patterns flashing on the surface of the petals, as if they were forming an intricate formation. It was precisely Yan Zhaoge's current target, the Cloud Array Spirit Flower. However, Yan Zhaoge's attention was currently not on that spirit flower, instead smiling coldly at the person opposite him. Across from them stood a group of people, led by a young man, who was dressed in the style of the northern lands. With just a single glance, Yan Zhaoge recognized their origins. The Thunder Domain's Yan family, their ancestral ground in the Zhaozhou of the Thunder Domain, one of the few powers beneath the Heavenly Thunder Hall of the Thunder Domain. In the post-Great Calamity Eight Extremities world, they were also one of the great families with the longest history. The Central Heaven region's Yan family of the Heaven Domain that Yan Zhaoge hailed from had split off from the Zhao region's Yan family of the Thunder Domain that year. But back then, the two sides were extremely unhappy. Afterwards, when Yan Zhaoge's family had migrated from the Thunder Domain to the Heaven Domain, they had encountered a great tribulation, which was not unrelated to the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain's Yan family. At that time, Yan Di had still been young, while his parents had perished in that great calamity. Therefore, when the two of them met now, it wasn't because they were old friends from different places or because they were related by blood. Instead, it was because they were enemies and their eyes were burning with hatred. Having come to this world, Yan Zhaoge did not have any particularly direct personal feelings towards the Zhao region Yans of the Thunder Domain. It was just that since the other party had not cared about their blood relations and had gone to such lengths to kill them, he naturally did not have any psychological burden in coming into conflict with them. Moreover, Yan Zhaoge's current identity had already determined his stance. And the people of the Zhao region's Yan family before him clearly did not come with good intentions. In that case, there was even less need for Yan Zhaoge to be polite. Young master, they intended to snatch the spirit flower. This subordinate is useless and failed to defend it. If young master had not arrived in time, I would not have been able to stop them, the black-clothed cultivator said as he struggled to stand up and wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Yan Zhaoge said, "It's fine. You have performed meritorious service in guarding the place. You have been injured in the line of duty, there is no need to blame yourselves. As for them." Yan Zhaoge chuckled, his hands behind his back as he strode forward. As he stepped forward, the people on the other side felt as if a huge mountain was moving towards them. The people of the Zhao region Yans also felt a bit of a headache, not having thought that Yan Zhaoge and Hu would arrive so quickly. The leading youth said, "I recognize you, Yan Zhaoge. This spirit flower is ownerless, not having been nurtured by your broad creed mountain. If you want to take it, we won't stop you. However, the two of them are not of broad creed mountain, only servants of your central continent's Yan family. On what basis can they stop us from plucking the spirit flower?" The servants of the branch family were rude to the son of the main family's first wife. "It is my duty to teach them a lesson. Could it be that you want to fight me because of them?" Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge shook his head rather amusedly. They didn't see how he moved, but the other party only saw a blur in front of their eyes and the sound of wind. In the next instant, the young man was sent flying backward. On the young man's right cheek, there was a shocking, 5 fingers mountain mark. The mark was as red as blood, like a birthmark tattoo. It clearly told everyone how he had been knocked down. Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "If you are not awake, I will help you awake." The Zhao Yan and the Central Heaven region Yan have long since been two different families, not some so-called main family and branch family. You hit my people, so I hit you. What do I care about whether you're of the main family or not? An old man hurriedly helped the young man up, swiveling his head to glare at Yan Zhaoge. "Yan Zhaoge, you have forgotten your ancestry. I want to see what Yan Di has to say about this. Don't forget that your name was originally destined to be your root." Yan Zhaoge laughed. He had indeed never thought that in this world, there would also be a saying like, "Yan and Zhao have many sorrowful warriors." The land of Yan and Zhao of the 8 extremities world referred to the Yu region and the Zhao region of the Thunder Domain's 6th region. The Yu region was also known as the Yan region. Since when has the Zhao region Yan family been able to represent the land of Yan and Zhao? You are the ones who have lost face for Yan and Zhao. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows. If my Central Heaven region Yan family indeed has to make a trip back to the land of Yan and Zhao, it is not to visit relatives, but to settle scores. What your Zhao region Yan family did that year, you are not clear on, but the higher echelon elders of your family are very clear on it. His hands behind his back, Yan Zhaoge said mildly, "If I were to settle these scores with you, you probably wouldn't even understand what is going on. I also can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. But having beaten up my people, you want to leave just like that? Those who used your hands, leave your hands, those who used your feet, leave your feet. If you don't realize it yourself, there will be plenty of people who will help you." Hu bared his teeth in a smile, his expression rather savage as he resembled a ferocious tiger that was about to devour its prey, causing one to tremble in fear. Figures flickered in the surroundings, many black-clothed martial practitioners appearing. That old man said hatefully, "Who do you think you are beating up?" "This is the direct descendant of our family head, young Master Min." Yan Zhaoge chortled, a name beside the door. That should indeed be the direct descendant of this generation of the Zhao region Yan family. However, this level is really too low. Before speaking, can you not even clearly see the situation you are in? However low his level, it is also not something that a bastard son of a branch family like you can discuss. Before you speak, you had best first understand your own identity. Now, a voice resounded from the distance. Yan Zhaoge asked lazily, is it Yan Shan? Yan Min, with a blood-red palm print on his face, was still dizzy and in a daze. The old man beside him and the other Zhao region Yan family martial practitioners all had joyous looks on their faces. Young Master Shan is here. A streak of lightning flashed past, and in an instant, a youth who looked to be around 26 or 27 years of age appeared on the snowy peak. His features were somewhat similar to Yan Min's, but his aura was much, much stronger. This youth's expression was sharp, his gaze like lightning, an illusory spiritual light shooting straight into the horizon above his head. He was shockingly a Xiantian martial scholar. Yan Zhaoge's expression did not change in the slightest as he looked nonchalantly at the other party. Yan Shan, you also seem to be a little dazed, making people feel that under your great reputation, it is hard to live up to it. Although this was his first time meeting him in person, unlike Yan Min, Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with the Yan Shan before him. The most outstanding martial genius of this generation of the Zhao region Yan family. Not only had he been groomed by the Yan family with all their might, he was also a core, direct disciple of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, an elite of the younger generation. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's heaven's favored son, the thunder-rumbling young Master Lin Zhou alongside Yan Zhaoge, was known as lightning flashing thunder rumbling, together with Yan Shan, dominating martial practitioners of the same generation of the Thunder Domain. Yan Shan's gaze was fixated on Yan Zhaoge. Snatching the flower and beating people up was actually something he had instructed Yan Min and the others to do, just that he himself had some matters to attend to just now and had to leave for a bit. Yan Shan was older, having cultivated for a longer period of time. Originally, his cultivation base had been much higher than Yan Zhaoge's, and he had never thought much of Yan Zhaoge. However, in recent days, Yan Shan had been feeling very vexed. The thunder-rumbling young Master Lin Zhou, who had always been equally matched with him, his cultivation base suddenly rising, actually leaving him behind, caused Yan Shan to feel depressed to the extreme. And it just so happened that Yan Zhaoge's fame had also risen in recent years, his cultivation base advancing by leaps and bounds, his battle achievements outstanding. After learning that Yan Zhaoge had sent people to guard the Cloud Array Spirit Flower, Yan Shan could no longer suppress the evil fire within his heart, instructing Yan Min to spoil Yan Zhaoge's plans. Because of the news released by Infinite Boundless Mountain, the Heavenly Thunder Hall had originally already found Yan Zhaoge to be an eyesore. As a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall as well as a direct descendant of the Zhao region Yan family, Yan Shan hated Yan Zhaoge even more. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Shan said coldly, that year, I exiled this branch of yours, but one stroke cannot write two, Yan, characters. Your central heaven region Yan, will forever be a branch of my Zhao region Yan. Let alone you, even your father Yan Di, even if he ascends to the position of Broad Creed Mountain's chief, he would still be someone who walked out of Zhao region Yan. Chapter 138. It is true that you have entered the Heavenly Thunder Hall, but the Heavenly Thunder Hall also did not surpass my Broad Creed Mountain. As for you, Yan Zhaoge shook his head, I really can't see where your confidence in saying this comes from. Yan Shan casually said, my confidence comes from the fact that the distance between us is very close. As he said this, Yan Shan suddenly raised his hand, a purple light flashing. It was as though a bolt of lightning had suddenly streaked across the dark night, piercing through the sky and illuminating the great earth. The direct lineage martial art of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall, Purple Lightning Shocking Rainbow Sword. Low-grade spirit artifact, Purple Gold Thunder Sword. Yan Shan suddenly attacked, going all out, even directly using a spirit artifact. A man's name, a tree's shadow. Yan Zhaoge's fame had risen greatly recently. While Yan Shan had not personally witnessed it, he had also taken note of it. Unlike whose spiritual light was not apparent, Yan Zhaoge was like Yan Shan, not retracting the spiritual light above his head after stepping into the Xiantian stage. Yan Shan could clearly determine that Yan Zhaoge was currently already a Xiantian martial scholar like him. Shocked at Yan Zhaoge's rapid improvement, Yan Shan's killing intent was already set. Whether it was as a disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall or a descendant of the Zhao region Yan family, he would not allow Yan Zhaoge to continue growing. Otherwise, with Yan Zhaoge's current progress, Yan Shan wouldn't even dare to continue thinking about it. One Yan Wudi was already enough to cause the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Zhao region Yan family to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. While Yan Shan spoke arrogantly, he did not hold back in his actions in the slightest. The Heavenly Thunder Hall's unique trait of being as violent and swift as lightning was displayed by him to the point of perfection. The first move was to reveal his true abilities, to decide victory or defeat. With a spirit artifact in hand, to a martial scholar, it was even more of a killing weapon that was hard to withstand. Even for opponents of the same cultivation level, even with a spirit artifact protecting them, if caught off guard and unable to react in time, they would be directly insta-killed by Yan Shan's sword. When Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners fought with others, they rarely fought for long. Most of the time, victory or defeat would be decided in just a few exchanges. Victory or defeat, life or death, were all decided in an instant. Of the 8 extremities world's 6 great sacred grounds, it was publicly acknowledged that the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners were the most proficient in subduing their superiors, defeating those stronger than them. Sometimes, an opponent whose overall strength surpassed a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner might instead be defeated by a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner who was inferior to him. There was no other reason other than the fact that it was fast. The Purple Lightning Shocking Rainbow Sword, the direct lineage martial art of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, its entire sword art consisting of only a single stance, the sword drawing stance. As fast as lightning, the sword was unsheathed in a flash. The sword Dao wasn't about getting faster and faster. The fastest sword was the first sword after the sword was unsheathed. The speed of this sword was so fast that martial artists below the Xiantian realm would find it hard to detect Yan Shan's movements. Even at the moment of his death, he might not be able to understand how Yan Shan had taken his life. Although it was currently daytime, Yan Zhaoge who was facing Yan Shan's sword directly had such a feeling. It was as if there was no light in front of them at all. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down from the pitch-black night sky, and light appeared in front of them. All the light was concentrated on this purple lightning bolt. The piercingly cold and resolute killing intent caused the electric light to no longer have any heat. Instead, it was bone-chilling cold. This bolt of lightning, however, did not dazzle Yan Zhaoge's eyes. Not slower than Yan Shan in the slightest, Yan Zhaoge's figure abruptly moved. Astral winds warping heaven. Wind and fire calamity, wind calamity. Under the impetus of the wind calamity movement technique and the wind calamity, the originally already swift cloud-rising dragon sword became even faster. Resembling a divine dragon traversing the heavens, traveling 10,000 li in an instant. As Yan Zhaoge moved, Yan Shan's eyes were also dazzled. Whether it was his field of vision or his acute spiritual sense that allowed him to sense the heavens and the earth, Yan Zhaoge had disappeared without a trace. Yan Shan was shocked, the purple gold thunder sword within his hands vibrating intensely. The Xiantian martial scholar Yan Shan couldn't react in time, but the purple gold thunder sword as a spirit artifact did. The purple gold thunder sword that was rich in spirituality immediately guided it, the perfectly straight sword light transforming into a circular arc. Only now did Yan Shan feel the hairs on the back of his head all standing on end, as though there was an infinite, boundless coldness concentrated at a single point at the back of his head, a piercing pain that felt like needles. Yan Shan didn't dare to hesitate in the slightest, his movement and sword aura all following the guidance of the purple gold thunder sword as he turned and struck behind him. Clenching his teeth, the purple gold thunder sword within his hands shook. Heavenly Thunder Hall Direct Lineage, Lightning Character 72 Swords. The violent swordlight descended densely like rain, quick as lightning, instantly transforming into a net of electricity before him, purple light filling the entire sky and covering the earth. However, within the net of purple light, a streak of green light shockingly pierced through the densely packed purple light, shooting out. This scene clearly meant that Yan Zhaoge's sword was even faster. The next moment, the all-encompassing purple light was extinguished. Only now did the sound of the whistling wind enter Yan Shan's ears, only feeling as though he was surrounded by a fierce gale. Seeing the sword light that he had emitted vanish, Yan Shan's pupils abruptly dilated as he hurriedly changed his stance once more. However, this time, the sword light that resembled purple lightning did not appear once more. Yan Shan was dazed, before he suddenly saw a severed arm, still holding onto a sword of purple light, flying into the air. Fresh blood dripped from where the arm had been severed, splattering onto the pure white snowy ground. Yan Zhaoge's figure reappeared, the jade dragon sword in his right hand as he looked calmly at his opponent. Only now did Yan Shan feel an intense pain emanating from his right arm. Lowering his head, he saw that his sword-wielding right hand had shockingly been severed by Yan Zhaoge's sword. The speed of this sword of Yan Zhaoge's was too fast, such that even Yan Shan had not been able to detect it before he had already been struck. Yan Shan let out a tragic cry, his left hand clutching the wound on his right arm as he stumbled backwards. It was only now that the surrounding spectators seemed to have awoken from a dream, but they did not understand what had happened. In the eyes of most of them, there had only been a blur before their eyes, as though two sword lights, one purple, one green, had flashed past. Then, they saw an arm fly into the air. The entire process of the exchange seemed to have only lasted for the blink of an eye. Yan Min and the others stared wide-eyed, completely unable to understand how the scene had suddenly turned out like this. The distance between you and I was very close. Yan Zhaoge looked calmly at the collapsed Yan Shan on the ground, and then? The fingers of Yan Shan's left hand tapped repeatedly, urgently staunching his bleeding. He looked at Yan Zhaoge somewhat disbelievingly. Although the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had always proudly proclaimed that of all the martial arts under the heavens, only speed was unbeatable, this did not mean that the martial practitioners of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were truly unrivaled and invincible within the same cultivation level. Of the 6 great sacred grounds, the disciples of the Heavenly Thunder Hall had not been lacking in gaining an advantage against the descendants of the other sacred grounds, but they had also not been lacking in suffering losses. Infinite Boundless Mountain disciples had even once jokingly said that the Heavenly Thunder Hall was only sharp at the start of a battle. If they were unable to obtain victory quickly, they would be like fish meat afterwards. However, Yan Zhaoge had defeated strength with strength, obtaining victory in terms of Yan Shan's proudest unsheathing sword as well as speed. This was the result that Yan Shan found most difficult to accept. Not only had he been defeated, he had been utterly defeated. The faces of Yan Min and the other Zhao region Yan family members were ashen. Yan Shan was the most outstanding genius of this generation of the Zhao region Yan family. Having been groomed by the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he was also one of the most outstanding figures of the Thunder Domain's Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation. As an early Xiantian martial scholar, let alone the Zhao region Yan family martial practitioners of the same cultivation level, even mid-Xiantian martial scholars of the Yan family would have to bow their heads in submission to him. Chapter 139. When Heavenly Thunder Hall disciples clashed with others, if victory was decided within a few moves, the victor would often be a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner. The longer it dragged on, the lower the chances of victory for the Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioners. If they won, it would be a quick victory. If they lost to someone else, it would generally be after a long, bitter battle. If not for the suppression of the opponent's cultivation base, how long had it been since a Heavenly Thunder Hall martial practitioner was speedily defeated by an opponent of the same cultivation level like today? Yan Zhaoge stood where he was, not moving. Only now did Yan Shan's severed right arm fall from midair. His broken right hand was still tightly holding onto the purple gold thunder sword. The purple gold thunder sword was full of spirituality as it automatically guided Yan Shan's broken arm towards Yan Shan himself. However, just as the purple gold thunder sword moved, Yan Zhaoge's jade dragon sword came to meet it, a green light flickering as it suppressed the purple gold thunder sword. Under the vibrations of his stellar energy, the fingers of Yan Shan's severed hand naturally spread open, releasing the sword hilt. Yan Shan glared furiously at Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge was calm and composed as he seized the purple gold thunder sword with the jade dragon sword. Due to Yan Shan's heavy injuries, he was unable to concentrate his spiritual power, and his communication with the purple gold thunder sword was not smooth. Even if the purple gold thunder sword wanted to cause trouble, it was easily suppressed by the spiritual sword jade dragon. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, "Your luck is good. When you return, remember to thank Lin Zhou and his father." Yan Shan couldn't help but be stunned when he heard this. Yan Zhaoge, however, ignored him as he kept the purple gold thunder sword, turning and walking towards the cloud array spirit flower, waving towards Ah Hu. Ah Hu laughed sinisterly and walked towards Yan Min and the rest of the black-clothed martial artists. The faces of Yan Min and the others turned pale, only now remembering what Yan Zhaoge had said earlier. Even if they wanted to struggle and resist, how would they be a match for Ah Hu and the others? Ignoring the wails and howls of the Zhao region Yans, as well as Yan Shan whose face was alternating between green and white, Yan Zhaoge minded his own business, plucking the cloud array spirit flower. Leaving behind a pool of fresh blood, Yan Shan and the rest fled pathetically. Before the old man protecting Yan Min left, he suddenly said, ignoring Yan Shan's ugly expression, "Young Master Thunder Rumbling is also in this east strangling snow mountains." Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm and without ripples, causing that old man to feel slightly disappointed. Ah Hu returned beside Yan Zhaoge. "Young master, when that Yan Shan attacked just now, he clearly harbored an extremely strong killing intent towards you." Yan Zhaoge carefully kept the spirit flower as he said, "There's still some use in letting him go. That severed arm of his, he took it with him, right?" Ah Hu answered, "I took it away. If it's treated in time, it's possible to reattach it. However, as a martial arts practitioner, it's very difficult for his right hand to be of much use again." Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "It's fine. He trains in the sword. If his right hand doesn't work, there's still a chance for him to train in the sword with his left." Ah Hu scratched his head. "Young master, while I'm cultivating in the Cloud Portent Mountain, you'll receive news as usual and then report it to me." Yan Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. "Do you still remember any news regarding the Heavenly Thunder Hall that is worth paying attention to?" Ah Hu came to his senses. "Young master, you mentioned Lin Zhou and his son just now. Lin Zhou, along with Yan Shan, was the other Heavenly Thunder Hall genius known as Lightning Flashing Thunder Rumbling. At the same time, his background was extraordinary, his father being a Grand Elder of the Heavenly Thunder Hall who held great authority. In the Heavenly Connection meet 3 years ago, Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge and the others had been hailed as the current era's 4 young masters, with the elegant title of Thunder Rumbling Young Master. Unlike Broad Creed Mountain Su Fei, Lu Wen and Yan Zhaoge, or the Sacred Sun clans Tang Yonghao, Shao Shen and Chao Yuanlong who basically outshone others in their respective age group, Lin Zhou and Yan Shan were truly of the same age, having fought against each other since their youth for over 10 years, all the way until now. Above each of them stood the 2 Grand Elders of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, similarly competitors. Just like the Sacred Sun clan's Chief Huang Su and the current World Illuminating Lord in the past, as well as Fang Zhuan and Yan Di now. Lin Zhou's father and Yan Shan's master had also always been competing for the position of the next Hall Lord of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. Yan Zhaoge nodded. Lin Zhou's father has always been at a disadvantage in the competition, and also at an obvious disadvantage. If nothing unexpected happens, there is an 80% chance that it will be Yan Shan's master who wins, and the results will be known very quickly. If that's the case, with Yan Shan seeking death, I don't mind fulfilling his wish. This way, of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's younger generation, while Lin Zhou cannot be said to have completely come out on top, within a short period of time, it will be very hard for Yan Shan's master's lineage to produce another junior disciple who can stand against Lin Zhou. While its use is limited, it will at least add some weight to Lin Zhou's father's power, not allowing him to be defeated so easily. A Heavenly Thunder Hall where internal conflicts were more intense, where it was easier to wrangle with one another, would naturally be better for Broad Creed Mountain's lineage. Who nodded in understanding. However, the internal competition within the Heavenly Thunder Hall seems to have suddenly changed recently. Lin Zhou's father, with a few clever moves, actually gradually regained the upper hand, his authority and influence in the Heavenly Thunder Hall rising in a straight line, even showing signs of overtaking him. The thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou's own cultivation base has also suddenly increased, leaving Yan Shan who had always been evenly matched behind him. The competition has now reversed, with Lin Zhou's father having the upper hand. If Yan Shan's master also loses Yan Shan, the competition will be even more disadvantageous. After harvesting the Cloud Array Spirit Flower, Yan Zhaoge carefully stored it, that's right, suppressing the strong and supporting the weak, causing the two sides to maintain a stalemate, to us, is the most desirable result. As for Yan Shan, he should first recuperate from his injuries, then properly train in the sword with his left hand. After that, his primary opponent will still be Lin Zhou. Yan Zhaoge raised his eyelids. I have a feeling that even if the rest of us intentionally or unintentionally make things easier for Yan Shan's master, Lin Zhou and his father's advantage will still grow greater and greater. The good days of Yan Shan and his master have come to an end. Hu was a little puzzled. Young master, why Yan Zhaoge said, it's just a premonition, I can't explain it clearly. He handed over the container containing the Cloud Array Spirit Flower to Hu, low-key and careful, try not to alarm anyone as much as possible, and send it back to Broad Creed Mountain as soon as possible. Hu thought for a moment before saying, my goal is also very obvious, easily drawing attention. Instead, it might be better to let others send it. Yan Zhaoge nodded, you can make the arrangements. Just remember that this thing is very important, and that it will be fine. Personally hand it over to my father. Hu agreed, and went to make the arrangements. Looking at Ahu's departing figure, Yan Zhaoge felt that some things, even to Hu, could not be said too clearly. Regarding the domineering rise of Lin Zhou and his father, Yan Zhaoge actually did not just have a premonition. Combining and analyzing some of the information he had on hand, Yan Zhaoge actually had even more guesses. Lin Zhou, interesting. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, many thoughts flashing through his mind. In the memories of his body's original owner, during that heavenly connection meet 3 years ago, Yan Shan had not participated in it while in seclusion, but the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou had met him face to face. However, before Yan Zhaoge's eyes, the silhouettes of 2 other people vaguely appeared, vaguely overlapping with Lin Zhou's. Chapter 140. Not long after, the accompanying black-clothed martial practitioners reported that there was an abnormal flow of spiritual qi in the mountains to the south. There actually seemed to be an obscure yet extremely powerful spirit formation present. Yan Zhaoge and Hu immediately hurried over in that direction. As they neared, Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It actually really is a massive spirit formation. Carefully sensing it, they could sense that the aura of the spirit formation was currently in the midst of rising unceasingly. Hu grinned widely, young master, such aura fluctuations are not from someone setting up a spirit formation here, but rather from an ancient formation that had long existed. Usually, it is completely concealed, hard to detect. Now, after being touched by someone, the spirit formation has just activated, its power increasing, forming a barrier-like existence, gradually reaching its peak. Ah Hu rubbed his hands, smiling till his teeth could not be seen. This is very likely a cave manor left behind by a deceased senior expert. We really got lucky this time, coming just in time. Really, coming early is better than coming at the right time. Carefully sensing the fluctuations of the formation, Yan Zhaoge gradually felt more confident. The legacies left behind by the people of the Eight Extremities world after the Great Calamity cannot be considered too ancient, at least not as ancient as the glacial dragon Martial Saint. The person who left behind these legacies should also not have reached the Martial Saint realm, but this spirit formation has some attainments in it, being concealed and not activated. Even if it has been touched by someone now, the spiritual chi fluctuations should still be limited to a few nearby mountain peaks. If not for me specifically sending people to search for it, they would also not have been able to discover it from a distance. Yan Zhaoge thought, swiveling his head to glance at the happy Ah Hu. You also said that it was someone who touched the legacies that caused the formation to activate. This means that someone beat us to it. Ah Hu gave a simple and honest laugh. Someone beat us to it, young master, you can also catch up from behind. Yen Shan retreating with heavy injuries, it is most likely that thunder rumbling young master Lin Zhou? He rubbed his hands, such a cave manor, while ancient, should also have defensive measures. Even if Lin Zhou entered first, it would also not be easy for him to break through those defensive measures. Instead, it would be equivalent to him clearing the way for us. Young master, the spirit formation has only been activated for a short time. If we hurry in, there will still be time. Otherwise, we will be blocked outside. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Zhaoge thought for a moment before saying nonchalantly, come, let's take a look first. The group of black-clothed martial practitioners remained on the outskirts, while Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu continued advancing, following the spiritual chi network and arriving at the center of the spirit formation. After inspecting the surroundings and confirming that there was no one lying in ambush, Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu entered the cave together. The spirit formation grew stronger and stronger, gradually achieving the effect. Yan Zhaoge was not too worried about his path of retreat being cut off. As long as he grasped the core of the formation, it would not be difficult for him to leave. Within the ice cave, there was danger every 3 steps, danger every 5, with mechanisms everywhere, causing Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu to have to be on their guard. After passing through a long ice tunnel, the two of them seemed to have entered a hall at the end of the tunnel. Young master, be careful. Ah Hu's expression was serious, without the slightest hint of playfulness. Yan Zhaoge nodded, his gaze focused on the dense cold fog before him. The fog shrouded the surroundings, causing the space to feel as if it was in disorder. Comma. Yen, the yen, zi, yen, shan, yen, comma, shan, comma, yen. Ah Hu followed closely by Yan Zhaoge's side, not leaving him by a single step. With Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu's eyesight, while it wasn't to the point where they couldn't even see their fingers in front of them, they could only see an extremely limited distance. At this moment, the ice beneath their feet began to tremble. Amidst the cold fog, a dozen or so huge figures slowly rose from the ground. The ice crystal guardian was a giant made of ice and snow. His body, which was made of ice and snow, was tall and sturdy. His entire body was emitting powerful energy fluctuations. Although his movements were somewhat stiff, the heavy power within them was something that no one dared to underestimate. Although these ice crystal guardians did not have any stellar energy, their strength was terrifying, and the destructive power contained in their bodies surpassed that of a human's flesh and blood. They originated from the spirit formation and the cold mist. Even if they were destroyed, after a period of nurturing, they would be reborn from the cold mist. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, so it is the remains of Old Man Great Sorrow's cave manor. Ah Hu nodded repeatedly. The cold fog bewildering formation and the ice crystal guards are indeed the handiwork of Old Man Great Sorrow. It had been quite some time since Old Man Great Sorrow had been alive. However, he had still been rather famous in the past, leaving behind many legends for later generations to pay homage to. And the most colorful of these was the rumor that Old Man Great Sorrow had once possessed a sacred artifact fragment. It was said that it was a sacred artifact that had existed before the Great Calamity, having met with a calamity due to the Great Calamity. However, even a sacred artifact fragment still possessed rather great power. Not considering its power, as a material, it was also a rare treasure that was hard to come by. Because of this matter that year, Old Man Great Sorrow had even been surrounded and attacked. Having barely managed to break out of the encirclement, he had then gone into seclusion, no longer appearing in the world. It looks like this is Old Man Great Sorrow's secluded residence, not being shocked, who was instead overjoyed. Young master, a sacred artifact fragment is no small matter. We've really hit the jackpot this time. Yen Zhaoge thought for a moment. If Old Man Great Sorrow had not stepped into the martial saint realm, he should have long since passed away by now. Who pulled back the corners of his li? If he had become a martial saint, why would he still be living in seclusion? As he said this, Who smashed a nearby ice crystal guard into smithereens with a single punch. I'll block them here. Does young master have a plan for breaking this ice fog? Yen Zhaoge said, breaking the ice fog isn't hard. However, breaking the ice fog doesn't mean that all is well. After observing for a bit, this place should be split into 2 layers. One layer is cold ice, borrowing the external environment of the east strangling snow mountains. The other layer is most likely a world surrounded by blazing fire. It is very likely that it continues downwards, borrowing the fire chi of the earth veins. Who knows, there might even be underground lava. Who realized? Oh, right. Old Man Great Sorrow was praised for cultivating in both ice and fire that year. Yen Zhaoge said, move together with me. I'll break the formation, you cover me. Who gave a simple and honest laugh. Yes, young master. The two didn't waste time on words, immediately beginning to move. At the same time, someone was currently quietly watching Yen Zhaoge and Who. That was a handsome youth, his expression calm and his gaze sharp. His garb was similar to Yen Shan's, that of a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Hall. If Yen Zhaoge and Yen Shan were here, they would immediately recognize this youth. The thunder-rumbling young master, Lin Zhou. Where Lin Zhou currently stood, half blazing fire, half cold ice, spiritual chi congregated. This was clearly the core of the spirit formation of Old Man Great Sorrow's old residence. He gazed at Yen Zhaoge through an illusory scene that hovered in midair. Chapter 141. However, it had already been too long since Old Man Great Sorrow had passed away. While the spirit formation had been in a quiet, concealed state for many years, its spiritual chi had also been flowing unceasingly. The loss of spiritual chi and the corrosion of time had caused the spirit formation to be damaged, its power no longer as it had been in the past. However, wanting to break the formation with brute force, one would need to be a martial grandmaster at the very least. The cold fog corroded bones. While it seemed inconspicuous, as time passed, it would formlessly corrode one's body unceasingly. Even martial scholars would gradually weaken if they were placed within the ice fog for a long period of time. When their aura chi to ward off the cold was completely exhausted and they were still unable to walk out of the bewildering cold fog, they would be frozen to death within, becoming a part of the ice and snow. Moreover, even as they resisted the bitter cold, they would also have to face the attacks of the ice crystal guards which would revive unceasingly, causing the martial practitioner's expenditure to be even greater. However, none of this could stump Yen Zhaoge. Unceasingly deducing the changes in the spiritual chi network of the formation, Yen Zhaoge gradually found the key to breaking the formation, his speed increasing. While the area before him was still filled with ice fog, Yen Zhaoge's spiritual sense was growing more and more acute as he was gradually able to discern the direction of his path. Very quickly, a platform appeared before Yen Zhaoge and Who. The platform was completely formed of ice, numerous spirit patterns circulating on it. Standing on the platform, Yen Zhaoge squatted down, extending his palm and pressing it onto the surface of the ice. A chill emanated, the ice was solid and thick. Even with Yen Zhaoge's current cultivation base, he still felt that it was hard to destroy. The ice was affecting Yen Zhaoge's aura qi. He could feel a strange flow of qi within the ice, forming a system of its own. Yen Zhaoge wanted to infuse his aura qi within, but it was not so easy as it was rejected by the spiritual qi within the ice. Yen Zhaoge smiled, not hurried or impatient, as he first ensured the stable circulation of his aura qi before slowly grasping the balance of the spiritual qi flow beneath the ice. Who reached out with both hands, directly grabbing the heads of 2 ice crystal guards before lifting them up and slamming them together. The heads of the 2 ice crystal guards collided, instantly shattering into pieces. Without turning, Hu asked, "Young master." Yen Zhaoge said, "It's fine. This is a part of the spirit formation, an existence similar to a door, whilst also a passageway. The spiritual qi in the ice surface forms a stable balance. Try to fuse your stellar energy into this balance and become one with it. That way, you can pass through the ice surface and proceed to the next level." Saying thus, the aura qi within Yen Zhaoge's body shook, the ice beneath his palm suddenly lighting up with radiance. The next moment, Yen Zhaoge's figure vanished within the air. With a backhand palm, Hu shattered yet another ice crystal guard. Following Yen Zhaoge's example, light flickered on the icy surface of the platform as Ahu's figure also disappeared. Passing through the ice surface, Yen Zhaoge and Hu came to a massive ice room. The cold mist disappeared, and the ice room was empty. There was only a huge ice crystal coffin in the center of the room. Hu looked at the coffin curiously. "Is this old man Great Sorrow's tomb chamber?" Yen Zhaoge shook his head. The fake tomb is also a part of the mechanisms and spirit formations. The coffin itself should contain dangerous mechanisms. Closing his eyes, Yen Zhaoge carefully felt for a moment before he instead leapt upwards, his body hanging upside down as he stood firmly on the ceiling of the ice room. As though he was standing upside down on the ceiling of the ice room, Yen Zhaoge walked a few steps left and right, his footsteps following a strange rhythm. After a while, he suddenly halted, just happening to have arrived directly above the ice crystal coffin. On the ceiling of the ice room, beneath Yen Zhaoge's feet, the ice surface lit up with radiance once more. Hu grinned widely, flying up, also leaping onto the ceiling of the ice room. Then, the two disappeared within the ice room together. Passing through the mechanisms of the spirit formation once more, the scene before Yen Zhaoge's eyes suddenly changed, going from a snow-white world of ice to a crimson world of blazing fire. A vast river of flames appeared before the two, its dry, hot aura virtually suffocating. Beneath the pure white snow-covered east strangling snow mountains was, shockingly, a massive zone of lava. Amidst the all-encompassing flowing fire, gazing into the distance, Yen Zhaoge could vaguely see that in the center of the river of lava, there was a massive rock that resembled a lone island. As the blazing hot lava flowed, striking that massive rock, terrifying sparks flew unceasingly. Yen Zhaoge and Hu leapt over the river of lava together, arriving on the massive rock that resembled a lone island within the river. At the center of the massive rock, there shockingly was still a stone coffin. On the surface of the stone coffin floated words written in flames, "Regretful. Regretful." This was the true burial ground of Old Man Great Sorrow. While the situation was as he had predicted, Yen Zhaoge was unable to feel happy, while Hu had a puzzled expression on his face. "I can't feel the existence of the sacred artifact fragment." He shook his big head. "Young master, could it be that Old Man Great Sorrow placed the sacred artifact fragment somewhere else, and it wasn't here all along?" Yen Zhaoge did not answer, coming before the stone coffin and first bowing. Coming to his senses, Hu also hurriedly did the same. Then, Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, carefully feeling his surroundings for a while before opening them again. The sacred artifact fragment was indeed here before, but someone beat us to it. Ah Hu's expression was a little ugly. Young master, we haven't been here for long. If it was that Lin Zhou who beat us to it and took away the sacred artifact fragment, by the time we arrived here, he would already have disappeared without a trace. Wouldn't the speed at which he entered be a little too fast? I still thought that he was still trapped within the ice fog bewildering formation, having been overtaken by us. Although I heard that Lin Zhou's cultivation base had advanced rapidly after entering, leaving Yan Shan who had always been on par with him in the dust, he couldn't have become a martial grandmaster so quickly, right? Even if it was a martial grandmaster, unless his cultivation base was very strong, it would also be impossible for him to break the ice fog bewildering formation above so quickly. Even though Old Man Great Sorrow died, the spirit formation he left behind is not so easy to break. Who hesitated slightly for a moment. This is even faster than young master's speed in breaking the formation. Who scratched the back of his head. It's practically like he already knew where to go before entering, and didn't have to fumble around to break the bewildering formation at the last minute. Or perhaps there was another shortcut here, and he directly took it over. Ever since Yan Zhaoge had come to this world, this was still one of the few times that he had lagged behind others. Rubbing his temples, Yan Zhaoge surveyed the surrounding world of flames. Is it that there are always people better than you in terms of ability, heavens beyond heavens, or is it to say that he really already knew this place like the back of his hand before entering? His gaze finally rested on Old Man Great Sorrow's stone coffin, focusing on those characters of flame that remained in mid-air, not dissipating for a long time. The two words extremely regretful, having experienced the long passage of time, seemed to be able to allow one to traverse time and space, to feel the regret and unwillingness of Old Man Great Sorrow before his death. As he pondered, the world of flames that the two were in suddenly shook intensely. The long river of lava surrounding the huge rock began roiling mightily, the rocks above shattering and falling unceasingly. This underground lava region seemed like it was about to transform into a sea of flames, the heavens collapsing and the earth caving in. At the core of the spirit formation, within the space where ice and fire intermingled, the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou looked calmly at the two trapped within the violent world of lava. Breaking the formation step by step, the level of your technique is not something I can compare to. Lin Zhou's gaze was a little strange. However, since you don't know where the secret passageway is, that means that you and I are not the same kind of person. Although I don't know what it was that caused such a great change in the trajectory of your destiny, even causing many things to change. However, you have really muddied the waters of this pond, causing my originally clear memories to also become specious, with things that I originally was certain of no longer being certain of. If you completely disappear within this underground lava, perhaps everything in the past can return to the right track. Lin Zhou murmured to himself, this way, I would have more bargaining chips in my hands. Anyway, you were originally a thorn in my heavenly thunder hall's side. Chapter 142. The purple orb automatically hovered in mid-air, revolving around Lin Zhou as a shocking aura emanated from within. This was the manifestation of the sacred artifact fragment that Old Man Great Sorrow had collected that year. Keeping the sacred artifact fragment in the form of a purple orb, Lin Zhou glanced at the illusory scene one last time. Within the illusory scene, the figures of Yan Zhaoge and Hu could already no longer be seen, only all-encompassing flames and gushing lava. The core of the spirit formation that Lin Zhou was in was also gradually beginning to collapse at this moment. On that side of the flames, the blazing flames grew more and more intense, being completely supported by the cold ice on the other side. A hint of a smile appeared at the corners of Lin Zhou's mouth as he stomped heavily, stepping on the core spirit patterns of the spirit formation below. The spirit patterns shattered, spreading outwards in all directions as the entire spirit formation began to become unstable, the space on the side of the ice also beginning to collapse. With this as the base, affecting the entire mausoleum of Old Man Great Sorrow, not only was the underground world of lava where the coffin was in overturning the heavens and overturning the earth, the ice palace above was also collapsing. In the outermost region enveloped by the cold fog bewildering formation, the cold fog roiled like tidewater, restless and violent. Within the fake tomb, within that coffin of ice, a dazzling, bright light suddenly flickered as the mechanisms set up within were activated, a destructive power beginning to spread outwards in all directions. The raging flames in the underground world of lava and the sudden changes in the ice palace above even fused with each other. The spirit formation that Old Man Great Sorrow had set up began to completely reverse and collapse, the originally stable and stable spirit formation seemingly going berserk in the end, erupting with a shocking power. Ice and fire intermingled, resembling hell itself. Lin Zhou also didn't dare to remain here any longer as he retreated, leaving the spirit formation, making use of the final stabilizing force of the spirit formation before its collapse to open a passageway, returning to the surface. Meanwhile, within the underground world of lava, within the river of lava, the massive rock that Yan Zhaoge and Ah Hu were standing on had already begun to shatter. Blazing fire flew, lava surged in reverse, everything seemingly collapsing between the heavens and the earth. Ah Hu was rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, without touching the coffin, only taking away the sacred artifact fragment. There shouldn't be such a change, right? Yan Zhaoge let out a long breath, through the core of the spirit formation, reversing the spirit formation, it should be possible. Such a power that resembles a natural disaster, even many martial grandmasters are unable to withstand it. Ah Hu's expression was ugly. Yan Zhaoge shook his head, there is no harm in being prepared. The ancients did not deceive me. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge extended his left hand, a thin string tied around his wrist, a rhombus-shaped crystal suspended from it, crimson like fire, resembling a small shuttle. Yan Zhaoge took it down, infusing his aura qi within. The small crystal instantly expanded, becoming 2 feet long and as thick as an arm. It was precisely the underground splitting shuttle that Yan Zhaoge had personally forged. Yan Zhaoge lightly flicked the underground splitting shuttle. Under such circumstances, 2 perfect low-grade spirit artifacts would not be of any use, but this thing can. Exploration and treasure hunting are essential for home and travel. The subterranean splitting shuttle, which was 2 feet long, once again grew in size, instantly turning into a crystal shuttle the size of a small boat. Ah Hu stared wide-eyed as Yan Zhaoge grabbed him, entering the underground splitting shuttle together. In the next moment, the underground splitting shuttle turned into a fiery red streak of light and plunged into the lava river. Within the underground splitting shuttle, only now did Ah Hu help his lower jaw which had nearly fallen to the ground return to its original position, looking here and there, young master, this is, the true use of the underground splitting shuttle? Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly, the underground splitting shuttle, as its name suggests, what did you think it was used for? Ah Hu rubbed the back of his head, I thought it was just a tool used to open up a path or scout out the way, I didn't think that it could carry people. Saying that it's used to open up a path or scout out the way is actually not wrong. Yan Zhaoge raised his head and looked over. Separated by a thin layer of crystal, surging blazing fire and lava rampaged about, as though they could destroy the underground splitting shuttle at any time. Yan Zhaoge smacked his lips, in such an environment, it is still a little dangerous. After a long time, the underground splitting shuttle will also shatter. Ah Hu was shocked, just about to ask what to do when through the transparent crystal, he could see that the scene before him had suddenly changed, the fiery light dimming as it was all pitch black. Gazing back, he could see the crimson blazing fire and lava hot on their heels. It turned out that the underground splitting shuttle had penetrated deep into the rock formation, breaking away from that blazing fire world, leaving the blazing fire and lava far behind. Yan Zhaoge said, luckily, it wasn't used purely for defensive purposes in the first place, but for breaking out of an encirclement and fleeing. However, after this incident, the underground splitting shuttle's vitality will inevitably be greatly damaged. Even with the internal crystal furnace restoring it, wanting it to still have such good effects, it will still have to wait for a period of time. As Yan Zhaoge said this, he looked somewhat absent-mindedly towards the front. Who finally let out a sigh of relief, his heart that had been suspended in mid-air finally settling down. Having safely escaped from danger, his mind naturally turned elsewhere as he ground his teeth, saying, "Young master, this Lin Zhou really has some methods." Yan Zhaoge shrugged, competing for the sacred artifact fragment, everyone will have to rely on their own methods. Generally speaking, after obtaining the sacred artifact fragment, one can just leave. Before this, there was no direct contact, no irreconcilable enmity, and there is also no need for one's competitor to be put to death. However, my situation is a little special, not mentioning that the Sacred Sun Clan and the Heavenly Thunder Hall are allies. Infinite Boundless Mountain leaked out some of the foundations of the Thunder Element Revival art. If the Heavenly Thunder Hall knew that it was my idea to rob Infinite Boundless Mountain of the Thunderbolt Soul Jade, they would naturally want to get rid of me. Currently, our clan's Heavenly Water Mountain Tridomain Alliance has basically already shed all pretense of cordiality with the Heavenly Thunder Hall and the Sacred Sun Clan's Thunderfire Alliance. Lin Zhou is of the Heavenly Thunder Hall's direct lineage. If he kills me, not only will he not be punished when he returns to the Heavenly Thunder Hall, he will also have performed a great meritorious deed. Yan Zhaoge's voice sank, an indiscernible glow flickering within his eyes. Perhaps he has a more personal reason, wishing to erase my existence. Hu grimaced. But how can he be so fast? We haven't been able to catch up to him along the way. It hasn't been that long since we entered the spirit formation. Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Who knows, there might always be someone better than you out there. He stretched out both hands and placed them on the protective wall of the underground splitting shuttle, injecting his own stellar energy. The direction that the underground splitting shuttle was heading towards was changing slightly. Hu looked over curiously. Young master. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his spiritual sense to the maximum. Old man Great Sorrow specifically choosing the East Strangling Snow Mountains to live in seclusion, it might not be without some other reason. Do you still remember the words formed of the flames on the stone coffin, not dissipating even after a long time? Hu answered, it seems to be regretful, meaning very regretful. Yan Zhaoge asked, what do you think old man Great Sorrow regretted before his death? Regretting that while he obtained the sacred artifact fragment, he still had to live in seclusion, gathering dust along with his treasure? Hu scratched his head, saying somewhat hesitantly. Yan Zhaoge closed his eyes, raising his hand and drawing speedily on the underground splitting shuttle, the patterns that were formed actually similar to the spirit formation that old man Great Sorrow had set up. What you said is one possibility. However, there is another possibility as well. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, regretting that he had unfulfilled wishes, that his plans had not succeeded, yet his lifespan had already come to an end, only being left with regrets. Accompanied by the formation of the patterns, the underground splitting shuttle's trajectory clearly changed, advancing unceasingly. Chapter 143. Within the originally pitch-black underground, a large amount of purple light suddenly appeared, dazzling and dazzling. Zzzzzzzzzzzzzzzzz. Within the underground splitting shuttle, Yan Zhaoge and Hu could hear a series of exploding sounds of electricity by their ears. The two narrowed their eyes slightly before opening them, seeing that there was actually a massive hole within the underground rock stratum. Within the empty underground cave, a speck of purple thunder hovered in midair. With it as its center, numerous purple thunderbolts danced unceasingly within the space. On the four walls of the cave, numerous indistinct runes surfaced, the spiritual chi calm and tranquil. The runes, one red, one white, resembled the merging of fire and ice. The two spiritual chis of extreme cold and extreme heat congregated together, protecting the purple thunder light within, yet also preventing the electricity within from leaking out. At the same time, the hot and cold mutually balanced each other, no cold intent or hot chi leaking out at all. The purple thunder light that was the brightest in the center was shrouded by numerous clumps of light mist, resembling a violent thundercloud. At the center of the thundercloud, a purple orb was indistinctly visible, looking to be the size of a human fist. Looking at that orb, Yan Zhaoge snapped his fingers. It is indeed so. Ah Hu stared. It is rumored that the sacred artifact fragment that old man Great Sorrow obtained transformed into a purple orb, shrouded by thunderbolts. However, it was only the size of a chicken egg. This is much bigger. Ah. This was formed from another sacred artifact fragment. Yan Zhaoge said, that's right. It seems that this sacred artifact fragment's autonomous spirituality was even stronger that year, with old man Great Sorrow not being able to collect it after finding it. Therefore, he set up a spirit formation here, attempting to slowly refine it over time. Yan Zhaoge surveyed his surroundings, looking at those numerous intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire. Sadly, his longevity was already at its end, unable to wait until the day when it was completely refined. Ah Hu stuttered a little. Young master, you deduced this from the words left behind on old man Great Sorrow's coffin? He now understood why Yan Zhaoge had previously imitated old man Great Sorrow's spirit formation within the underground splitting shuttle. It was in order to guide the underground splitting shuttle to this place through the traces left behind by old man Great Sorrow. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Anyway, since I'm riding the underground splitting shuttle to avoid the pursuit of the blazing lava and lava, entering deep underground, I might as well try searching for it. The words left behind by the flame on the coffin have not dissipated even after so many years. It is clear how strong the regret in old man Great Sorrow's heart was. It was almost an obsession. So much so that his essence, chi, and spirit were condensed to such an extent before he died. Looking at that purple orb amidst the thunderclouds, Yan Zhaoge sighed. We can also be considered to have inherited Senior's legacy. Whether it was the sacred artifact fragment that Lin Zhou had obtained first or the one before him, they had all been refined by old man Great Sorrow. Otherwise, even with old man Great Sorrow's martial grandmaster realm cultivation, it would be difficult for him to easily grasp and collect it, much less a grandmaster martial artist. Ah Hu grinned. Young master, although I've never seen another holy weapon fragment, according to the rumors, and looking at the appearance of this fragment, they seem to originate from the same holy weapon. Looking at that thundercloud, Yan Zhaoge's voice was rather ethereal. That's right, it's the same one. Its name is the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, also known as the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. Exiting the underground splitting shuttle, Yan Zhaoge rose into the air, approaching that purple orb. As soon as he appeared, crackling sounds resounded in the surrounding space, before numerous snakes of electricity appeared within the air, striking over in unison. Yan Zhaoge was not flustered in the slightest as he extended his hand and drew numerous spirit patterns within the air. His aura chi condensed into spirit patterns, remaining within the air, not dissipating for a long time. The surrounding spiritual chi instantly fluctuated, causing the numerous intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire on the surrounding stone walls to suddenly light up. Numerous rays of radiance extended, intersecting within the air. Coming into contact with this radiance, those streaks of lightning that had originally been hacking towards Yan Zhaoge instantly calmed down once more, transforming into scattered arcs of electricity as they dissipated within the air. Yan Zhaoge strode through the air, arriving at the edge of the thundercloud step by step. After carefully observing for a moment, feeling the flow of spiritual chi within, Yan Zhaoge extended his hands, directly touching the thundercloud. The intermingling spirit patterns of ice and fire on the surrounding stone walls shone with light, numerous streaks of alternating red and white light bolting onto Yan Zhaoge's body. Meanwhile, a great amount of purplish-blue lightning also shot out from within the thundercloud, moving about unceasingly on the surface of Yan Zhaoge's body. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's body covered by numerous streaks of lightning, Ahu within the underground splitting shuttle was incomparably nervous. The next moment, the thundercloud abruptly expanded, virtually swallowing Yan Zhaoge whole, before abruptly contracting once more. The numerous streaks of lightning were all absorbed within the purple orb, which with a "hwang" sound transformed into a bright streak of lightning, shooting into the skies. The spirit patterns on the surrounding stone walls all dimmed, no longer able to restrict the orb formed of the fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor. The orb transformed into a streak of lightning, directly penetrating through the rock layer, flying far away. Yan Zhaoge was safe and sound, a smile instead appearing on his face as he leapt back into the underground splitting shuttle. Let's chase. The underground splitting shuttle moved once more, breaking through the rock layer in the direction where the streak of lightning had disappeared in pursuit. And at the same time, the Lin Zhou who had exited Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb earlier wore a slightly mocking smile as he scanned the group of black-clothed martial practitioners under Yan Zhaoge's command outside. Then, unbeknownst to them, Lin Zhou left the group of mountains where the entrance to the tomb was located in a leisurely and unhurried manner. This time, he had obtained the treasures as he had expected, even having obtained some unexpected gains, causing Lin Zhou to be in a very good mood. However, before he had left for long, his expression suddenly changed. The bag used to store the treasures shook intensely, and the next moment, a streak of purple lightning directly ripped through the bag, shooting out from within. It was precisely that fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor that Lin Zhou had obtained from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb. The perfectly round purple orb the size of a chicken egg, emitted the sound of thunder, wanting to flee into the distance. Sucking in a deep breath, Lin Zhou raised his hand and threw out a massive dark red net. The massive net expanded in mid-air, instantly seeming to cover the heavens and cover the earth as it enveloped the entire sky, dyeing it dark red. The fleeing fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor crashed headfirst into the massive dark red net, being caught within. Looking at the trembling red net, Lin Zhou's gaze flickered unceasingly. This phenomenon was either summoned by the former owner of the sacred artifact, or there is an even more powerful fragment of the sacred artifact nearby, suddenly undergoing a change, thus attracting this fragment of mine. With the sacred artifact already having shattered into fragments, its former owner having long since passed away, the first possibility was eliminated. The only possibility left was that there was a second, even more powerful fragment of the sacred artifact nearby. While Lin Zhou's heart was burning with hope, he also vaguely had a bad premonition. Not waiting for him to heave a sigh of relief, the sacred artifact fragment erupted with the light of thunder, actually forcibly bringing the red net along as it flew off into the distance. Chapter 144. Lin Zhou watched gloomily as the sacred artifact fragment turned into lightning, still forcibly flying off into the distance despite being enveloped by the red net. Relying on his special advantage, it had been a long time since he had met with such a setback. This scene caused many unhappy memories to surface in Lin Zhou's mind. He quickly regained his composure, expanding his figure as he quickly chased after the fleeing sacred artifact fragment. Being dragged by the red net, the speed at which the sacred artifact fragment flew was not fast, and Lin Zhou did not lose track of it. As he chased, he thought rapidly, I never knew that there was actually a second eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment in this area. Just what? That's right. So that's the meaning behind the words on Old Man Great Sorrow's coffin. Lin Zhou abruptly came to a realization. He found the second eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, but refining and subduing it required time. He regretted not being able to live to that moment. Lin Zhou sighed, it's a pity that no one realized this. They only thought that he regretted having to live his days in hiding despite having the sacred artifact fragment, unable to relax even until the moment before his death. Looking at the fleeing lightning, Lin Zhou's gaze was somewhat deep. This can be considered as a lesson for me. I only have the information I know, and not all of it. In the future, I need to carefully observe and think about any clues that might be useful, and not be so engrossed in the information I already know that I gradually become numb to it. It's just that the second sacred artifact fragment is definitely in a state of concealment, which is why no one could sense it. Even when Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb completely exploded, it was still not alarmed. Then, what alarmed this sacred artifact fragment now? Is it a coincidence that I took out the first fragment in advance? Lin Zhou's gaze turned cold, or is it someone else? At this moment, a figure suddenly flashed through Lin Zhou's mind. A figure that he felt was slightly unfamiliar with. The explosion of the tomb's spirit formation ultimately failed to take his life? Even a martial grandmaster might not be able to escape, so how did he do it? A martial grandmaster can only use a low-grade spirit artifact, and a low-grade spirit artifact cannot protect him in such a calamity. Lin Zhou's brows were tightly furrowed. Indeed, everything that exceeds expectations brings about variables, causing the waters to turn muddy. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment that was already in his possession had actually become uncertain again. Thinking of this, Lin Zhou felt a wave of dejection in his heart. It's really a hindrance. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid air, and bolts of lightning rolled around his body. The martial arts of the Heavenly Thunder Hall were originally focused on speed, their movement techniques being highly esteemed amongst the martial legacies of the 6 great sacred grounds. Using his movement technique, Lin Zhou seemed to transform into a bolt of lightning as he chased after the saint weapon fragment. In the distance, deep underground, beyond the boundaries of the east strangling snow mountains, a scarlet beam of light broke through the rock strata at high speed. Sitting within the underground splitting shuttle, Yan Zhaoge and Hu controlled the underground splitting shuttle to traverse swiftly. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment had already broken a path through the rock stratum in front of them, making it much easier for the underground splitting shuttle to traverse. The underground splitting shuttle continued upwards. Towards the end, the rock layer gradually loosened and turned into soil. Then, a bright light suddenly appeared in front of him. He had rushed out of the ground. Narrowing his eyes, Yan Zhaoge saw the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor that he had been chasing hovering in mid-air, flickering with the roiling light of thunder. The roar of thunder resounded in the direction of the east strangling snow mountains. Gazing into the distance, another streak of thunder could be seen streaking across the sky, shooting over in their direction. Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. It's that first sacred artifact fragment from Old Man Great Sorrow's tomb. The second fragment is even larger and stronger, breaking through the air and appearing in this world, automatically drawing the first fragment over to gather. Hu grinned widely, that Lin Zhou also just obtained the sacred artifact fragment, not having had the time to nourish and refine it. He's also not a martial grandmaster, he's completely unable to lock the sacred artifact fragment in place. Yan Zhaoge put his hand on his forehead, looking at the streak of thunder flying over, noticing that it was actually still enveloped by a red net. This thing looks a little like a blood cocoon net. Yan Zhaoge murmured, no wonder this sacred artifact fragment is flying so slowly. As the two sacred artifact fragments met, the roar of thunder within the sky was even more deafening. The sacred artifact fragment that Yan Zhaoge and Hu had been pursuing had originally been hovering in midair. Now, with a one sound, it moved once more, transforming into a purple streak of thunder as it also shot into the massive red net. The two sacred artifact fragments congregated together, roiling with the light of thunder, shockingly beginning to merge. Within the massive red net, two sacred artifact fragments in the form of purple orbs, one large and one small, combined into one, forming a round orb that was slightly larger than a fist. This orb was enveloped by the purplish-green light of thunder, a destructive force being born, growing, maturing, rotting, dying within. In an instant, this repeated itself millions upon millions of times. It was as though it was the process of the creation and destruction of the world, a vast ocean flowed within, the feeling of eternity in an instant instantly suffusing the area between the heavens and the earth. Hu appraised the orb of thunder curiously. It is rumored that this is a sacred artifact that existed before the Great Calamity, having suffered a tribulation during the Great Calamity, thus shattering. Yan Zhaoge did not speak as he looked at the fragment of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor, slightly lost in thought. He clearly knew that what Hu said was not a rumor. The Eye of the Thunder Emperor was indeed a sacred artifact that had existed before the Great Calamity. That year, Yan Zhaoge had also heard of its name. Amongst sacred artifacts, it was also one of the peak ones. Yan Zhaoge even knew the origins of the Eye of the Thunder Emperor. It had been formed from one of the eyes of the Thunder Emperor, a bigwig expert who had been on par with the Flame Devil Emperor. Sadly, after the Great Calamity, everything had become a thing of the past. The fragment before them, having taken on a form of its own, resembled the Eye of the Thunder Emperor of the past, being a sacred artifact with its own spirituality. However, the Eye of the Thunder Emperor having shattered, there were far more than just two fragments. Yan Zhaoge regained his wits, according to the intelligence we obtained, that Lin Zhou is already a mid-Xiantian martial scholar. Because of the blood cocoon net, the speed of the sacred artifact fragment is rather slow. With such speed, if no one obstructs him, he should be able to catch up. Yan Zhaoge gazed into the distance in the direction of the east strangling snow mountains. Indeed, on the plains at the foot of the snow mountains, he saw a figure shooting over towards them at the speed of lightning. The other party had clearly also discovered Yan Zhaoge, Hu, and the others, as his speed abruptly slowed. As the light of electricity dissipated somewhat, the figure of a handsome youth was revealed, his face sunken as water, his gaze like lightning. Seeing the underground splitting shuttle that Yan Zhaoge and Hu were in, he let out a sigh of relief. Although I don't know what exactly it is, it should only be a unique treasure that can traverse underground, not possessing an extremely strong power. These two also have not reached the martial grandmaster realm. Looking at Yan Zhaoge, his mind wavered slightly for a moment. The person before him clearly looked the same as before, his bearing and even his temperament. If not for Lin Zhou's own unique experiences, he would not have been able to see any abnormalities at all. But now, he just couldn't completely match the Yan Zhaoge before him with the one in his memories. Yan Zhaoge was similarly appraising the other party. In the memories of his body's original owner, he had seen the thunder-rumbling young master Lin Zhou during the Heavenly Connection meet 3 years ago. However, Yan Zhaoge felt that the other party had changed too much. Chapter 145. Not counting the memories of his body's original owner, this was still the first time Yan Zhaoge had seen the Lin Zhou before him in person. However, compared to that high-spirited youth in his memories, Lin Zhou's temperament was much calmer now. While he still looked high-spirited, those eyes, amidst their sharpness, clearly concealed the vicissitudes of life, even gloominess. Lin Zhou was similarly looking at Yan Zhaoge. From the outside, the Yan Zhaoge before him was no different from the one in his memories. The same sharp, domineering aura, even a little overbearing and domineering. However, thinking of the various things that had happened over the past year, Lin Zhou was unable to match the Yan Zhaoge before him with his memories. Too many things that should not have happened had happened, too many unexpected changes had occurred. While being far away in the heaven domain and the mountain domain, information gathering was difficult, with Lin Zhou also unable to know the inside story of some things. However, just from what he knew, those changes that Lin Zhou felt to be chaotic more or less had Yan Zhaoge's figure mixed within them. Lin Zhou did not believe that this was all a coincidence. Looking at Lin Zhou, Yan Zhaoge smiled slightly. Senior apprentice brother Lin of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, long time no see, giving me such a huge gift as soon as we meet. Glancing at the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment within the net, Lin Zhou smiled mildly. It should be me thanking you for giving me such a huge gift. Who said this is a saint artifact fragment? Yan Zhaoge chortled. I'm talking about Old Man Great Sorrow's mausoleum. What a grand move you made, collapsing the entire spirit formation mausoleum chamber, nearly burying me alive. Yan Zhaoge stared at Lin Zhou. Still, I'm rather curious as to how you managed to pass through the mausoleum's restrictions so quickly, taking the sacred artifact fragment aside, even finding the core of the spirit formation. Lin Zhou said unhurriedly, although Old Man Great Sorrow is a great grandmaster and is even more proficient in formations, he has passed away many years ago. The spirit array will deteriorate with time. I happen to be proficient in spirit arrays, so it won't be difficult for me to break it quickly. He looked smilingly at Yan Zhaoge. What, do you find it very difficult? Yan Zhaoge applauded lightly, splendid. I will have to experience your attainments in formations later on. I might not have that kind of free time. Lin Zhou said indifferently, as for finding the core of the spirit formation and destroying the entire tomb, that has nothing to do with me. I'm not sure what's going on either. Perhaps there are others who have also entered the spirit array. The corners of Yan Zhaoge's mouth curled upwards slightly. Breaking the spirit array wasn't much, but if he could quickly break it and even find the core of the spirit array, then be able to control it as he pleased, with Lin Zhou's past performance, it would be too shocking, the contrast too great. Lin Zhou was also doing his best to avoid others noticing him. While it wouldn't be to the extent of wronging himself, he was still much more low-key than the unbridled Zhao Hao. Don't speak lies before the enlightened, why must you conceal yourself like this? Yan Zhaoge similarly said neither hurriedly nor slowly, your heavenly Thunder Hall disciples wanting to kill me is also not some secret, we can completely be honest with each other. For example. Yan Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, right now, I also kind of want to kill you a little. Lin Zhou's gaze was cold as he glanced at the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment hovering silently in mid-air, enveloped by the net. He said, there will always be a chance for us to fight again. Now, I want to first take what originally belongs to me. Lin Zhou waved his hands, that blood-red net dragging the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment flying towards him. Earlier, when the two fragments had been about to merge, this blood cocoon net had been unable to stop them. Now that the fragment had been congregated, having completed its fusion, it had regained its quiet state. As Lin Zhou activated the blood cocoon net, the fused fragment began to move along with it. This blood cocoon net was a unique treasure that he had unearthed from an unknown secret realm using his own unique advantages. This treasure was in the shape of a net, its greatest use being that it could create a powerful barrier that martial scholars would be completely hard-pressed to break through. Even if martial scholars wielded low-grade spirit artifacts, they would still be hard-pressed to break through the barrier. If martial grandmasters made a move, they would also be unable to resolve it within a short period of time. Yan Zhaoge didn't mind this scene in the slightest, his tone slow and leisurely, I have to remind you that that fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor does not belong to you. Saying thus, Yan Zhaoge opened his palm, revealing a flat, transparent crystal container within which a blood-red glow flickered. As Yan Zhaoge opened the container, numerous streaks of blood-red light instantly shot out from within. Guided by Yan Zhaoge's aura qi, those streaks of blood-red light lunged towards Lin Zhou's blood cocoon net, which instantly began to tremble. Streaks of light arose from the surface of the net, forming a blood-colored barrier of flowing light, attempting to obstruct the incoming enemies. However, the blood cocoon net, which could even block the full-powered attack of a heavenly connection martial scholar expert, under those streaks of blood-red light, appeared extremely weak and fragile. Under the attack of those streaks of light of the same color, the blood-colored barrier of flowing light seemed to be corroded as a large hole soundlessly appeared within it. That hole that had appeared expanded unceasingly at an extremely fast speed. What is this thing? Lin Zhou's gaze hardened. Yan Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he fiddled with the transparent container which was already completely empty. This was precisely the blood devil plate which he had previously forged using the blood refining orb and the flowing cloud mirror as its main materials. Specialized in breaking through all kinds of barriers. Ah Hu grinned widely, laughing happily as he strode towards the large hole in the blood cocoon net, his target being the sacred artifact fragment. A cold light flickered within the depths of Lin Zhou's eyes as he looked at Yan Zhaoge, suddenly saying, I wonder, in your heart, what is more important, your personal gains and losses, or the interests of your broad Creed Mountain as a whole? Huh? Yan Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Lin Zhou said mildly, I've heard that your Broad Creed Mountain has a new disciple named Feng Yunsheng. As you say, one must not speak lies before a true person. She is actually a maiden of Extreme Yin of the Sacred Sun clan whose Extreme Yin physique has been crippled, right? I've heard that she is currently cultivating together with others at the Yin-Yang Cloud Spring of the Mountain Domain's Cloud Portent Mountain. You have done well in avoiding the eyes and ears of others, but, Lin Zhou smiled slightly, but, I just happen to have done some research on maidens of Extreme Yin. Using Yin and Yang coexisting, a land of solitary Yin containing solitary Yang, there is a possibility that Feng Yunsheng's Extreme Yin physique can be restored, right? Hearing his words, Yan Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. Lin Zhou's expression was composed. Say, if the Sacred Sun clan knew of this news, what do you think they would think? More importantly, if Infinite Boundless Mountain knew of it, what would they think? Although you are currently in a cooperative relationship, Infinite Boundless Mountain is not a subordinate of your Broad Creed Mountain. The Extreme Yin Crown, Infinite Boundless Mountain has also always wanted it very much. Hu halted in his footsteps towards the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment, swiveling his head to look at Lin Zhou with an unfriendly expression on his face. You want to threaten my young master? Lin Zhou laughed. I know that a big fella like you is not simple, but in terms of speed, wanting to kill me of the Heavenly Thunder Hall, it wouldn't be that easy. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. How about it, the Maiden of Extreme Yin that your Broad Creed Mountain obtained with much difficulty, or the Sacred Artifact Fragment, which would you choose? You don't have to worry about me wanting to take all the benefits, taking it and then reporting it to Infinite Boundless Mountain. I'm not a greedy person, I only want one benefit. Although our two clans are currently enemies, I myself am happy to turn enemies into friends with those who have the ability. I just don't know if you would be willing to part with this sacred artifact fragment. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.